Welcome, dear listener. It's time to settle in, let the rain wash over you, and pull those blankets up tight. Tonight, I'll guide you through chilling tales that are best enjoyed in the glow of moonlight. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? And what time does the night find you? If there's a story you're hoping to hear, don't hesitate to let me know. Now, are you ready to journey into the shadows? The first time I noticed something was wrong, I thought it was just exhaustion. After all, I hadn't been sleeping properly for weeks. As a high school teacher, my days are long, my nights sleepless, and the burden of my unrelenting thoughts heavier than the weight of my own body. I turned to meditation, at first trying to quiet my mind, but nothing seemed to work. That's when I found the suggestion online, astral projection. The idea of leaving my body behind, even for a moment, seemed like the perfect escape. It wasn't easy. The first few nights I tried, I barely got past the feeling of floating just above my bed. But with time, something shifted. I learned to let go, to separate myself from the confines of my body. When I closed my eyes, I could feel it, the sensation of weightlessness, of being somewhere else. I explored my own home, the streets I walked every day, and eventually I began to project further, beyond the world I knew. But then, one night, I felt a shift in the air. A subtle change that stirred something cold in my chest. My astral form stood in the center of my room, as I had countless times before, but this time, the silence felt different. There was a presence, a figure. At first, I thought it was a trick of my mind, a shadow cast by the dim light from the street lamp outside my window. But no. This was something else entirely. There, in the corner of my room, stood a man. At least, I thought he was a man. He was tall, his frame solid and unmoving, but his face, there was no face. Just smooth, featureless skin, where eyes, a nose, and a mouth should have been. I tried to move, to retreat back into my body, but my limbs wouldn't obey. I could only stare as the faceless figure remained still, watching me. I felt a chill creep up my spine, the kind of cold that isn't just from the air, but from something far more sinister, something I couldn't name. Suddenly, the connection between my astral body and my physical one snapped back, pulling me from the room. I woke up in my bed, heart racing, covered in sweat. My mind tried to rationalize it. It was just a dream. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The figure, the sensation, it felt too real. The next day at school, the first strange occurrence happened. As I was walking through the hallways between classes, one of my students, a shy girl named Lily, stopped me. She looked pale, her eyes wide. "Miss Kara, did you see him?" she asked in a whisper, glancing nervously around. "The man in the hall?" I frowned. "What do you mean?" She hesitated, her voice barely audible. "The man? With no face. He's always standing at the end of the hallway, watching." I brushed it off at the time, dismissing it as her imagination running wild. But that evening, when I returned home, the memory of the figure I'd seen during my astral projection lingered in my mind. I shook it off, blaming the lack of sleep, my growing obsession with the projections, but the sense of dread wouldn't let me be. And it only got worse from there. Over the next few days, I noticed the figure more and more. He started appearing when I projected, always at the edges of my vision, standing just out of reach, never approaching, but always there, watching. He followed me wherever I went, in my projections and, disturbingly, in my waking life as well. There were strange moments when I couldn't remember parts of my day. I'd get home from work and feel as if I'd missed hours, as though I'd been somewhere else, somewhere dark and oppressive. My students seemed off too. They whispered among themselves when they thought I wasn't listening, their gazes flickering nervously to empty corners of the room. One even asked, "Miss Kara, have you seen him too? The same faceless man." It was as though he was everywhere but never really there. The breaking point came one night when I decided to face it. When I projected, focusing all my energy on leaving my body and confronting the figure once and for all. When I projected, I knew he would be there. And he was, in the corner, as usual. I approached him. I had to know who, what he was. As I neared, something twisted in my chest, a feeling of dread so strong it almost overwhelmed me. But I couldn't turn away now. I reached out with my astral hands, but before I could touch him, the world around me shattered. I woke up with a start, gasping for breath. The room was dark, the familiar comfort of my bed surrounding me, but something was wrong. A deep, gnawing unease curled in my gut, and when I looked around, my eyes locked on the empty space in the corner of my room. It was then that I realized he wasn't just following me. He was waiting, and I wasn't sure I could escape him anymore. I was prepared, or at least I thought I was, but I was shocked and maybe bewildered by what I found when I saw several people reading books as they drank. The moment I separated from my physical body, the familiar weightlessness took over. I drifted through the space of my bedroom, and I could feel the shift in the air, that subtle but undeniable change, as if the atmosphere itself had thickened. I had told myself that this time I would confront him, this faceless figure who had tormented my projections for days. And there he was, exactly as before, standing in the corner of my room, unmoving and silent. But this time something was different. He wasn't just watching, he was waiting. I could feel it in the air, the tension hanging heavy like a storm before it breaks. He had always been at a distance before, merely a shadow at the edges of my awareness. But now I could sense a presence in that space between us, an unseen force, something beyond my comprehension. His lack of face didn't just make him eerie, it made him wrong. Everything about him was wrong. I tried to speak, to demand answers, but no words came out. My astral form, as familiar as it was by now, suddenly felt alien, as though it no longer obeyed me the way it once had. I tried to move forward, to get closer, but my feet were frozen to the spot. Then he stepped forward. I didn't see it happen, but I felt it. One moment he was standing across the room, and the next he was right in front of me, towering above me, his featureless face impossibly close. I tried to scream, to pull away, but no sound escaped my lips. I felt a crushing pressure in my chest, as if something was pressing down on me, suffocating me. But I couldn't move. My mind was racing, scrambling for answers, but all I could think about was the feeling of being seen by him, watched, in a way that no living person could ever manage. The silence between us stretched, unbearable, until I felt a whisper against my ear. It wasn't a voice. More like a cold breath that scraped across my skin. I could sense it, but couldn't understand it. And then, finally, a single word filled my mind. Cleave. It wasn't a request nor command. It was an urge. It was all-encompassing, as if my very existence was being questioned. I tried to escape, to return to my body, but my connection to it felt distant, like it wasn't even mine anymore. The panic set in then. I struggled, pushing against the visible chains that bound me to this place, but the figure didn't move. It stood there, unmoving, as if it was waiting for me to understand, waiting for me to acknowledge something. "What are you?" I screamed inside my mind, though I knew I wouldn't get an answer. And then, just as quickly as it had started, the connection snapped back. I was pulled from the astral plane, crashing back into my physical body with a force that left me gasping for air. I sat up in bed, drenched in sweat, heart pounding violently in my chest. I wanted to deny it. I wanted to believe it was just another bad dream, a manifestation of my insomnia. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of the darkness in my room. That cold presence still lingering in my mind wouldn't let me go. The next day, things escalated. My students were even more jittery. They had started avoiding my gaze, some of them looking over their shoulders every few moments, as if something was following them. Lily, the shy girl who'd mentioned the faceless man before, was absent from school, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened to her. The strange occurrences didn't stop. At school, I caught glimpses of something out of the corner of my eye, just a flicker of movement, something dark, shifting at the edges of the hallway. And I wasn't the only one who noticed it. The other teachers, too, seemed off, distracted. They'd all stopped meeting my eyes directly, as though they, too, were aware of something hanging in the air, something that couldn't be explained. But it wasn't just at school. It followed me home. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard it, the soft scrape of something moving across the floor, faint but unmistakable. My eyes shot open. I turned to the corner of the room, and there it was, the figure. He wasn't in the corner anymore. No, this time he was closer, right at the foot of my bed, standing perfectly still. I was frozen. My heart thudded in my chest, so loud that I thought it might wake the neighbors. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I couldn't watch as the faceless man slowly leaned in closer, his presence suffocating. "No," I thought desperately, "not again." Then, just as the terror reached its peak, I saw something. A flicker, like a broken reflection in a cracked mirror. The figure didn't shift, it stayed the same, standing in front of me. But within the blankness of its face, I saw it, a flash of something familiar, something mine. And it hit me like a punch to the stomach. It wasn't just following me, it was trying to become me. The realization hit hard and fast, tearing through the terror. The figure wasn't just some malevolent entity, some spirit that had latched onto me. No, it was a part of me, a broken fragment of my soul. I had created it. Through my projections, through the broken pieces of my past, the trauma I had never dealt with, it had grown stronger. And now it was trying to take me. It wanted to replace me. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling from the revelation. It was too much to process, but I couldn't deny it. Every time I projected, I had been feeding it, giving it more power, more form. And now it was too late. The room was suffocating, and the figure stepped closer, its presence pressing in on me like a weight I couldn't bear. My breath caught in my throat. I had to get out, to escape. But escape from what? From the thing I had created? From myself? And as I reached for the door, I heard that whisper again, the cold breath against my ear, this time louder. Leave before it's too late. I turned around, but the figure was gone, yet I knew, deep down, I hadn't escaped. I was already too far gone. It was only a matter of time. But time for what? I didn't know. And that was the scariest part. But it wasn't just the figure that was following me anymore. It was me. The realization hit me one cold morning as I stared into the mirror, trying to make sense of my increasingly fragmented days. The reflection looking back at me didn't feel like my own. There was a slight shift in my expression, an imperceptible change in my eyes, like something was wrong with the person standing there. Something hollow. That's when it clicked. The figure, the faceless man, the one that had tormented my projections, my thoughts, my waking life. It wasn't an entity I could escape. It wasn't some malevolent spirit or demon following me for some dark purpose. It was me, a piece of me, a fractured part of my soul that had broken away during a moment of trauma, something buried deep within my past that I hadn't confronted, and I had inadvertently strengthened it with every projection, giving it more form, more presence, until it could no longer remain hidden in the shadows. In my search for escape, I had unknowingly made it stronger. I had fed it with my own fragmented energy, my sleepless nights, my isolation. The astral projection had been the key, an attempt to leave my body, to free myself from the weight of my own mind. But instead, I had invited it in. I spent hours that day going through my past, memories I had long buried, trying to piece together when it all started. There was no single moment, no clear event, just a slow build of pressure, pain, and loss. A failed relationship, the stress of teaching, of trying to please everyone and still feeling invisible, the years of pushing my own needs aside for others. The piece of me that had broken away, the faceless one, was the part I had left behind. The trauma I refused to acknowledge, the part of myself I was too afraid to face. It had no face because it was incomplete, just as I felt incomplete. It had been wandering in the corners of my mind, hiding in the spaces I had neglected, waiting for an opportunity to rise. But it wasn't just following me anymore. No, it was trying to replace me. The first time I understood this, truly understood it, was when I saw him again, the faceless man. But this time, it wasn't just a fleeting glimpse. I saw him standing in front of my classroom, staring out at my students with that cold, empty gaze. It wasn't me. It couldn't have been. I was right there, in the back of the room, frozen, unable to speak. I reached out, desperate to call their attention, but they didn't see me. None of them did. Instead, they all watched the faceless figure, and they smiled. Smiled, as if he was their teacher, as if they had always known him. They were looking at him the way they had once looked at me. I tried to scream, to warn them, but no sound escaped my throat. In that moment, I realized something even more horrifying. It wasn't just my face it lacked. It was my life, my presence, my essence. This thing, this fragment of myself had become so entwined with my being that it was starting to erase me, replace me entirely. I had created this monster. I had made it stronger with every projection, every attempt to escape the suffocating reality of my existence. Now, it was coming for everything I had left. My identity, my role as a teacher, my sense of self, all of it was slipping away. I tried to retreat into the astral plane to separate myself again, but I couldn't. The boundaries between my mind and the world around me were blurring. I was already gone, already in the process of being consumed by the very thing I had brought into being. In the end, I wasn't sure if I was still projecting or if I had truly returned to my body. Was I the real Kara, the teacher who had once stood in front of those students, or was I the faceless thing now walking in my place? I couldn't tell anymore. Every mirror I passed showed someone different. A pale reflection of myself, just a shadow of the person I used to be. The students, they had all stopped asking about the faceless man. They never seemed to notice him anymore. And I couldn't remember if I was still their teacher. Was I? I looked at my hands, waiting for something to remind me who I was, but there was nothing. Just a blank, empty space where my identity used to be. The final days were a blur. I wandered through the school like a ghost, a hollow shell that wore the face of Kara but wasn't her anymore. The students didn't ask about the faceless man anymore, because he was no longer a man. He had become me, or I had become him. I couldn't tell anymore. Each time I looked in a mirror, it was harder to recognize the person staring back at me. Her eyes were blank, her skin too pale, her posture stiff, as if she was just going through the motions of being human. It was a strange thing living inside myself but feeling completely detached from my own life. I would stand in front of my students lecturing, grading papers, but it all felt wrong. Their eyes would occasionally flicker over my shoulder as though they were seeing someone else. But when I turned, no one was there. And then it happened. The final moment. I remember standing in the hallway, staring down at my hands, feeling utterly disconnected from the body they belonged to. There, at the end of the hall, I saw him, the faceless figure. But this time he wasn't standing at the edge of my vision. He was standing directly in front of me, blocking my path. I should have been terrified. I should have run, screamed, done anything to fight back, but I didn't. I couldn't. Because in that moment, I realized something that filled me with both horror and a strange, inexplicable peace. There was no difference between us anymore. The faithless figure didn't move, didn't even look at me. He was me. I was him. We were one and the same. It was finally complete. And then, for the first time in weeks, I felt the overwhelming urge to do something I hadn't done in a long time. I looked down at my hands again and realized I was holding a piece of chalk. I walked into the classroom, a soft smile curling on my lips as the students began to trickle in, unaware of the change that had taken place. The faceless one had no need for a mask anymore. As I stood in front of the class, I began writing on the board, my hand moving smoothly across the surface, each stroke clean and precise. The students were quiet now. They didn't look at me. They were looking at the board, waiting for the lesson to begin. It was then that I understood the true horror. I had become the shadow in the corner of my own mind. I had invited it in, and now it was taking everything. It had replaced me. There was no escaping it anymore. I finished writing the final word on the board, and the bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. But I didn't move. I didn't need to. The students filed out quietly, never once glancing back. I stayed in the classroom for a long time after they had all left, staring at the empty space around me. The air was thick with a heavy, unspoken truth. The figure, the faceless one, was now me. I was no longer the teacher I once was. I wasn't even truly alive in the way I used to be. I was a ghost, a hollowed-out reflection of my former self, slipping further and further away from everything I had once known. The last thing I remember before everything went silent was the faint echo of a voice, my own perhaps, or something deeper, whispering through the empty classroom. I'll be here forever. And then everything went dark. At 26, I thought I knew who I was. But deep down, I always felt like there was more to life than what the eye could see. The material world, the daily grind, the routines, none of it ever felt complete. I had a hunger, an insatiable curiosity to understand the unseen, the soul, the spirit, what was beyond the veil of our physical existence. My fascination with the metaphysical world began in my late teens, but it wasn't until my mid-20s that I became obsessed. I spent hours reading about chakras, meditation, crystals, and energy. Every page seemed to open up a new doorway, and each door led to something bigger, something more profound. But what really captured my attention was astral projection. I'd read stories of people leaving their bodies, traveling through realms of light and shadow, encountering beings of energy, and gaining wisdom from beyond. It sounded absurd, but I couldn't help myself. It called to me. I became obsessed with the idea of separating my soul from my body and floating beyond the limitations of my physical form. I tried every method I could find: breathing exercises, deep meditation, guided visualizations, and even using crystals to help channel my energy. Every night, I'd lay in bed, still and silent, concentrating on leaving my body. For months, I'd been persistent, so persistent, in fact, that I began to lose hope. Nothing ever happened. No floating sensations, no visions, no out-of-body experiences. I felt like I was spinning my wheels in place, wasting my time. Then one night, after months of frustration and failed attempts, I gave up. I had read everything, tried everything, and yet there I was, still stuck in my body. That night, I simply let go. I lay back and thought, maybe it's not meant for me. I stopped trying to force it and just let my mind drift. And that's when it happened. The feeling was subtle at first, like a soft tug at my core, an unfamiliar weightlessness that wasn't quite physical. I felt as though my body was still, yet my awareness was floating above it. My heart raced. Was I dreaming? No. This was real. I was outside of myself. The room around me seemed to expand and contract in waves, but I could see it in such clarity, every object, every corner, more vibrant than it had ever been. But there was something else, something beyond the familiar. I felt a presence, not just one presence, but many. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them, moving through the air around me like an invisible current of energy. It was as if they were watching me, waiting for me to do something, to acknowledge them. I didn't know what to make of it, but instinctively I felt no fear. had read about astral entities, spirits, guides, even tricksters. So I stayed still and observed, letting the experience unfold. But that's when I heard the whispering. A voice, soft but unmistakably clear, reached me from the depths of my mind. It wasn't just a voice. It was a thought, an idea, an invitation. You are not alone here. I jerked back, but my astral form didn't move as I expected. It felt as if someone, was trying to draw me in deeper, urging me to explore. The voice continued, but this time it came from everywhere and nowhere at once. We are the jinn. We have always been here. I couldn't understand what was happening. Jinn? The word echoed in my mind. I had heard it before in stories and folklore, but I never thought much of it. They were supposed to be mythical creatures, beings made of smokeless fire, shapeshifters that could live in both the physical and spiritual realms. But this was no myth. This was real. Suddenly I had a thought, an undeniable instinct to search for answers. I wasn't sure how, but I knew I had to Google the term jinn. My astral self seemed to snap back to a more focused state, as if the world around me was waiting for me to find something. In an instant, I felt a shift. The voices became clearer, their intentions more pressing. The jinn, these ancient beings, had been around for millennia, hiding in the corners of every civilization's stories. They were called many things: genies, spirits, demons. But one thing was clear: they were not just figments of our imagination. They were real. And then I felt the presence of one of them very clearly. This one wasn't like the others. It was different. It was watching me, waiting. It felt close. A voice broke through the others. It was smooth, seductive, like honey dripping from the lips of a trusted friend. You've come far, haven't you? I froze, startled. It was too real, too personal. It felt as if this being were speaking directly to me, but at the same time, I could sense it was not human. It was something else entirely. I hadn't realized until now, but I wasn't just observing anymore. I was interacting with them. Who are you? I thought, uncertain if my question would even be heard. A low laugh vibrated in my chest. You can call me Zafir, but that's not important right now. What matters is that you've opened the door, and I'm here, standing at the threshold. The voice had an almost comforting tone, but there was an underlying threat in it. You've sought the truth, but beware. Not all truths are easy to bear. I wasn't sure what to do. I was still hovering between my physical and astral bodies, but I could sense something shifting. The Zafir, this jinn, seemed almost too eager. What do you want from me? The silence stretched between us before Zafir spoke again, his voice turning darker, more urgent. You opened the door, and now it's mine to walk through. I can enter your world too if I wish. Suddenly the air around me thickened, and for the first time I felt a chill run through me. Real fear, like an icy hand clutching my soul. This being wasn't a guide or a spirit. This was something else, something dangerous. I pulled away instinctively, but it was too late. I wasn't in control anymore. Zafir's voice now had a new edge to it, a promise. You think I'm here by chance? No. I've watched you, your curiosity, your hunger. I can offer you everything you desire: power, knowledge, immortality. But all you have to do is let me in. I had crossed a line. I had opened a door that could not be closed, and now one of the jinn was waiting for me to make a choice, my life or his. The question was simple: would I be strong enough to resist, or would I become the vessel for something far darker? I quickly searched for anything related to jinn on my phone, even though I knew I was still floating in my astral form. The information flooded my mind all at once. They were ancient entities, spirits made of smokeless fire, shapeshifters who existed beyond the veil of the physical world. Different cultures had different names for them. Genies in the West, jinn in the Middle East, devas in India. They were creatures of immense power, capable of manipulating the material world and the spiritual one. But there was more, so much more. I discovered that they weren't all benevolent. Some were tricksters, while others were malevolent, existing in realms that overlapped ours, often seeking to manipulate and control humans. They thrived on human emotions, fear, anger, desire, and they could even possess people, taking over their minds and bodies, controlling their will. They were not something to be trifled with. As I absorbed this information, the presence around me seemed to grow stronger. The voices, no, the jinn, were still whispering, but now their words became clearer, more direct, almost like they were reading my thoughts. We are not like the stories you know. We are not your slaves, but you are ours, if you are willing. The words struck a chord deep in my chest. I felt a chill run through me, a sudden awareness of how thin the line between curiosity and danger was. The jinn were powerful, but in my ignorance I had invited them in. I had crossed some invisible threshold when I allowed myself to become aware of them. They could no longer be ignored. I tried to pull back, to return to my body, to shut out the voices and the presence. But it was like trying to swim against a tide. The more I resisted, the stronger the pull became. Someone was drawing me deeper into the astral plane. "You have opened the door," the voice murmured again, but this time it felt different. It was no longer a whisper, but a presence I could feel physically, as though it were right next to me. "We have been waiting for someone like you." I froze. "Someone like me?" I thought. The voice responded with a slow, almost sadistic amusement. "You seek answers, don't you? You seek the truth beyond this world, beyond the veil of what is known. We are the truth. We can show you everything." In that moment, I was struck by the realization. This wasn't just a curious encounter with a few spirits. No, this was something much deeper. They weren't offering wisdom, they were offering power. They weren't just here to interact. They wanted to change me, possess me in a sense, to make me part of their realm, where the boundaries between the physical and the spiritual were no longer defined, where I would be both a part of their realm and my own. Cold dread settled in my stomach. No, I thought. This isn't what I wanted. But the temptation was overwhelming. The knowledge, the power, the idea of seeing the world from a new perspective. It all seemed so close. It would be so easy to let go, to accept their invitation and see the world as they saw it. I could have answers, power, and the ability to manipulate reality in ways I had only dreamed of. But then something shifted in the air. Something dark. A presence that felt wrong. It wasn't just the whispering voices anymore. It was a physical sensation of something moving around me, circling me, watching me. Then it spoke. "You are weak," the voice said. But this one was different. It wasn't one of the others. It felt darker, colder, and far more malevolent. "You think you control this, but you're just a pawn in a game much bigger than you can comprehend." I felt a chill sweep through me, and my heart began to pound. This entity was not like the others. The others had been coaxing me, offering me a chance at power and knowledge. This one wasn't offering anything. It was demanding. "What do you want?" I thought, desperately trying to retreat. But the voice only laughed, a low, guttural sound that seemed to fill the astral space around me. "You'll know soon enough," it whispered. "We can enter your world too, your physical world. We can take you, possess you, make you our own. But we'll start with your mind first." A cold wave of panic washed over me. My body, my real body, suddenly felt like a prison. I could feel my physical senses coming back into focus, the pressure in my chest tightening, as though something was trying to break through. But before I could fully react, the malevolent voice spoke again, but this time it was closer, much closer. "You should have listened when we warned you," it hissed. And then I saw him. Oh. A figure standing in the corner of my room, tall and unnaturally still. He was dressed in dark, flowing robes, his features obscured by a shadow that seemed to dance around him like smoke. His presence made the air feel thick, suffocating. "I am one of them," the figure spoke, his voice no longer a whisper, but a full, resonating command. "And I have been watching you. I've waited for this moment, for you to be vulnerable. And now..." He smiled, but there was nothing kind about it. "Now I can take you." Suddenly I could feel it. Something was tugging at me, pulling me toward him. My mind raced, heart pounding, as I realized, with horror, that this wasn't just an astral encounter anymore. He was crossing into the physical realm. He was in my world now. And he wasn't just the jinn. He was something worse. I could feel it now. The air thickened, dense with an unnatural weight. The other jinn, those who had whispered to me softly before, were silent now, their presence like a distant murmur. But this dark entity, this one that had spoken with such malice, was close. It was in the astral space with me, and for the first time, I could sense its true form. Something monstrous, shapeless yet terrifying, an energy that throbbed and pulsed with a hunger I couldn't comprehend. It laughed again, but this time the sound wasn't just from the voice. It felt as if the laughter resonated deep within my mind, vibrating in my very soul. "You think you can escape this, don't you?" it hissed, its words curling around me like smoke. "But you're already ours. You let us in the moment you stopped resisting." I was paralyzed. Every instinct within me screamed to go back, to return to my body, to wake up from this nightmare. But I couldn't move. It was as if the very act of resisting had locked me into place, and this entity, the jinn, was feeding on my fear, growing stronger with every moment I spent frozen in its grip. I thought of my body lying there on the bed, still and unmoving. The feeling of being out of it, of being both here and there at once, had made everything seem so much more expansive. But now, in this moment, it was as if my soul was a fragile thing, dangling on the edge of a precipice. You opened the door, it whispered, its voice echoing through my mind, and now there's no turning back. But don't worry, I can show you the way. I can help you. I can make you more than you ever dreamed of." I felt a shift in the air, a presence that pressed against me, like fingers brushing the edges of my soul. I wanted to reject it, but a part of me, the same part that had been searching for something beyond the physical world, was drawn to it. This jinn wasn't offering power for the sake of wisdom. No, it was offering control, not just of the astral world, but of my life. It promised to make me invincible. It promised to take me beyond the veil, to teach me things that no mortal could ever comprehend. But at that moment, I realized something else. The jinn, this malevolent entity, wasn't just speaking to me from the astral plane. It was infiltrating my mind, wrapping its essence around my thoughts, pushing into my body. It wanted more than to show me the world beyond. It wanted to possess me. It wanted to be me. A chill ran down my spine, colder than before. I felt as if the very essence of the jinn was seeping into my being, trying to take over my thoughts, my body, my soul. I had read about possession before, about how certain jinn were capable of entering the physical world, taking the form of a human and bending that person's will to theirs. But this was different. This wasn't a casual possession. This was complete. The jinn wanted to replace me. It wanted to take my life and my identity to become the person I had spent 26 years creating. I felt my heart race as the thought hit me like a tidal wave. No, this can't be happening. But the entity's grip only tightened. The walls of my astral form were closing in, suffocating me, and I could feel myself slipping. The lines between my body and soul began to blur. I wasn't sure where I ended and where it began anymore. Then, in a voice that was no longer a whisper, but a physical presence in my mind, it spoke once more. "You have two choices," it said, its tone cold, commanding. "You can fight and we will destroy you, or you can surrender and I will take everything, your life, your identity, your soul. But don't worry, I will make it feel as though you never left. You will still be you in a way. You will be the puppet, and I will be the one pulling the strings." I was on the verge of breaking, on the verge of giving in to the fear, to the confusion. I had wanted answers, had wanted to transcend the limits of the physical world, to see the unknown. But this was not what I had bargained for. I tried to scream, tried to call out for help, but there was no voice. The astral realm didn't have the same laws of communication as the physical world. I was alone, completely alone. And then, as if it had been waiting for me to realize that, the presence moved closer. I felt it press against me, its power, its malice, its hunger swarming around me like a storm. It was then that I understood the true danger of my curiosity. I had ventured too far, asked too many questions, and opened a door I wasn't prepared to close. The jinn weren't just spirits. They were ancient, cunning, and relentless. And I had become a target. I had thought I could control this, that I could use them for wisdom, but in reality I had underestimated them, and now they were coming for me. And it wasn't just the jinn in the astral plane. Something was coming into the physical world too. Something that had once been a mere whisper in my mind was now making its way closer, closer to my body, closer to the life I had built. It was a jinn, and it wasn't just talking anymore. It was moving. projecting itself into the real world. I could feel it. And it was coming for me. The words hung in the air, thick with malice, suffocating my every thought. I could feel the coldness of the entity creeping further into my soul, trying to root itself deep within me. It was no longer a whisper in my mind. It had become my thoughts, the rhythm of my heart. "It's too late," it seemed to say. "You're mine now." But there was a flicker, just a tiny spark, that hadn't been consumed by the overwhelming presence. A memory, a realization. I had been searching for answers for so long, desperate to know what lay beyond the veil. I had opened the door willingly, drawn in by the promise of knowledge and power. But this was not the truth I had been seeking. It wasn't enlightenment. It was a trap. I didn't want to be consumed. I didn't want to lose myself. As the darkness closed in, I felt the pull of my physical body again. A faint tug like a thread that had been stretched too thin. I realized with a jolt of clarity that the only way to escape this was to return. I needed to reassert control over my body and my mind. I had allowed myself to be lost in this astral world, but now it was time to fight back. I focused on that thread, that faint, delicate connection to my body lying in the bed. I pulled at it with every ounce of strength I had left, willing myself back into the physical world. The entity screamed. No, it howled in fury as it tried to keep me tethered to the astral realm, to its grasp. I could feel its cold fingers clawing at my mind, trying to rip me apart. It tried to tempt me again, offering promises of power, of control, of dominion over both the spiritual and physical worlds. But I didn't want power like that, not anymore, not at the cost of my soul. "I am not yours," I thought, with a clarity I hadn't known was possible. In a rush, I snapped back. My awareness exploded into the sensation of my body, my real, solid body, lying on the bed. I gasped for air, my chest rising and falling as if I had been holding my breath for an eternity. The darkness lifted, the suffocating grip around my soul loosening. But even as I returned, I knew that I hadn't fully escaped. The jinn were still out there, still watching. And while I had severed the immediate connection, I knew they were not finished with me. They never would be. I bolted upright, gasping, drenched in cold sweat, my heart racing. The room around me was eerily silent, the familiar hum of the world settling in, but I could still feel their presence lurking at the edges of my awareness. I stumbled out of bed, my mind reeling. I rushed to the mirror, desperate to see myself, to ground myself in the reality I had almost lost. There was nothing physically different, no visible mark, no obvious sign that anything had changed. But deep inside, I knew that something within me had been altered. My eyes lingered on my reflection, searching for any clue that the entity had left a mark on me. Then I heard it. A voice, faint but unmistakable, not from the room, but from within my own mind. "You can't escape, not really," it said, its tone dark and cold. "You belong to us now. We will return. We always return." I staggered back from the mirror, my heart hammering in my chest. No, I wouldn't let it take me. Not again. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The jinn had made their move. They had entered my world, and though I had fought them off this time, I knew that they were patient. They were ancient, and they would wait. I had glimpsed the other side, and there was no going back. The battle wasn't over. It was only just beginning, and this time I wasn't sure I could fight alone. In the stillness of the room, I felt the weight of the jinn's presence pressing in on me once more, subtle but undeniable. They were watching, waiting. And as the shadows in the corner of my room seemed to flicker, I realized with a sickening certainty that they weren't just in my mind anymore. They were already here. I was walking through the park that day, my sneakers crunching against the gravel path, the cool breeze brushing against my face. It had been a long week, and I figured a walk might do me some good. 33 years old, sitting behind a desk all day, every day, it was getting to me. My body ached from lack of movement. My mind swirled with the clutter of work, emails, and deadlines. Exercise would be good, I told myself. A little walk, just a little break. But the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows on the ground. I sat on one of the benches to catch my breath. The park was quiet, save for the occasional bird call or the sound of leaves rustling in the breeze. I closed my eyes for a moment, just taking in the peace. That's when I heard it, a voice, soft but insistent, cutting through the calm. "Do you want to be free?" My eyes confused. A man was sitting next to me on the bench, an older Chinese man, his face calm but intense, like a person who knew more than they let on. He looked out over the park, as if he hadn't noticed me until just then. "Excuse me?" I asked, not sure if I had heard him correctly. The man turned his head toward me, his eyes wide with an unsettling kind of clarity. "Do you want to be free?" he repeated, slower this time, like it was a question that demanded an answer, one I couldn't avoid. I blinked, half grinning at the absurdity of it. "Sure," I replied with a laugh. I wasn't sure what he was getting at, but I figured it was some kind of philosophical nonsense, maybe a strange attempt to get me to buy into some self-help spiel. But then, the air shifted. A strange chill passed over me, like the world around us had suddenly stopped, like everything had gone still and the noise of the park faded into nothingness. Before I could process what was happening, the man's hand shot toward me with a speed that was impossible. It was as if he teleported, his arm a blur, and before I could even flinch, his fingers were pressed against the middle of my forehead. The touch was cold, unnaturally cold, and there was a sharp pressure in the center of my skull, like someone had driven an invisible nail into my brain. My heart raced, my body froze, and I tried to speak, but my mouth wouldn't move. The world around me distorted, stretched, and everything started to spin. But it wasn't a normal spinning sensation. It felt like I was being pulled, sucked into something. My vision blurred, and I felt weightless, as if gravity had betrayed me. In an instant, my body, myself, was no longer anchored to the park bench. I was no longer in my body at all. I was somewhere else, somewhere elsewhere. I couldn't describe it properly, but it was as though I had been torn from my physical form and cast into an endless expanse. My awareness was all that remained. No longer confined to a single location, I began to float through a landscape of impossible depth and movement. It was like I was being pulled through multiple layers of reality, through different dimensions all at once. At first it was abstract, a blur of colors, shapes, and forms, but then I saw things. I saw worlds floating, suspended, existing in parallel to each other, each one slightly different, yet undeniably alive. Each one had its own rules, its own rhythm, and its own vibrational hum. I felt myself slipping in and out of them like a ghost, shifting from one to the next with no clear destination. I passed through one world that looked like a dark ocean, but instead of water, the surface was made of thousands of translucent eyes staring upward toward the black sky. The eyes blinked in unison, and the feeling of being watched was so oppressive that I couldn't breathe. In the next, I was spiraling through a city where buildings were made of glass, but they were twisted, warped, as though reality itself had been stretched like rubber. People walked below, their faces empty, hollow, but their movements were perfectly synchronized. It was like they weren't people at all, but just shadows, playing out a scripted life they couldn't control. And then I passed through something darker, a realm where there was no light, only blackness, absolute, unyielding. It swallowed everything whole, including the sounds of my thoughts. I could feel it, the darkness pressing against my very soul. It was alive, like a living creature, and in its emptiness, I felt the sensation of being chased. Not by anything I could see, but by the knowledge that something was hunting me, something hungry, something ancient. But just as quickly as the darkness arrived, I was pulled out of it, spinning back through the layers of this place, this astral realm, and felt myself falling, crashing into something else. Suddenly, I was standing again. My body felt heavy, my limbs sluggish. I blinked, and the world came back into focus. The park, the bench, the trees, the normal, mundane reality that had been shattered just moments ago. But it wasn't the same. I could still feel the pulse of the other realms echoing in the back of my mind, like a memory that wasn't mine. I looked to my side. The Chinese man was still there, sitting with a serene expression on his face, as if nothing had happened. "Free?" he asked, as though the word was a whisper in the air between us. I stared at him, my heart pounding, my breath shallow, and for the first time, I realized I wasn't just asking for freedom. I had just been freed from everything I thought I knew about myself, about the world. And the most terrifying part? I didn't know if I wanted to go back. But as the seconds ticked by, I felt something different, something off. The world around me began to tremble as if reality itself was cracking, breaking at the seams. Something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. The park had become too quiet, too still, and I felt eyes on me. Eyes from places I couldn't see. I turned toward the man, but before I could speak, he was gone. The park, the trees, the bench, all empty. And then, just as quickly as it had all begun, I felt that same pressure at my forehead again, cold, sharp, unrelenting. And I realized with a sickening feeling that I hadn't been freed at all. I had just been opened. I was spinning. There was no other way to describe it. My consciousness, it was ricocheting through this endless maze of realities, shifting in and out of worlds like I was a piece of dust caught in a cosmic wind. I could feel every moment stretching into infinity, but it was also impossibly fast. Eternity, and yet it was only 30 seconds. I passed through realms that were like strange, fevered dreams. Some of the worlds felt familiar, like I had seen them before in movies or in books, but these were real. At least, that's what I thought at the time. The next one I floated into was a vast, desolate landscape. The ground was cracked and dry, stretching endlessly in all directions. The air was thick with a hot metallic taste, and the sky above was a sickly shade of green. In the distance, I could see what looked like giant creatures, their massive, insect-like legs scraping across the earth, moving in slow, deliberate motions. But their eyes? Oh God, their eyes! They were watching me. Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence. It wasn't a human scream, it was primal, raw, and it was coming from above. I tilted my head upward to see a dark figure, a shadowed mass that seemed to be plummeting toward me. It was fast, far too fast, and as it grew closer, I could feel a presence, a hunger that reached deep into my bones. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. My voice was lost in the void. The figure crashed into the ground beside me, and the shockwave sent me flying backward. I slammed into what felt like a wall, only to realize it was a shifting fluid surface, like liquid stone. I pushed myself up, panicked, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The figure that had landed was unnatural. It was humanoid, but stretched, grotesque. Its body shimmered with an otherworldly glow, translucent in some places, opaque in others. Its limbs were elongated, and its eyes, huge black pits, stared into mine. I could feel the pull of its gaze, like it was stripping me bare, peeling away everything I knew about myself. But before it could move closer, a sharp, harsh voice broke through the stillness. "Do not touch him." The voice was cold, a command, and the creature stopped, shuddering. It seemed to recoil, as if it had been burned by the very sound of the words. I looked around, trying to find the source of the voice, and there, standing just beyond the creature, was the Chinese man. He was back. How? I didn't understand. His presence felt out of place here in this dimension, but there he was, calm and unbothered by the horrors unfolding around us. "What is this?" I managed to whisper, my voice trembling in the shifting air. The Chinese man's eyes locked with mine, and for a moment I thought I saw a flicker of something, amusement maybe? Or was it pity? "This is nothing," he said, his voice smooth, almost soothing. "You are between worlds now, not in control, not yet, but you can learn." I wanted to ask more, but before I could form another thought, the ground beneath me seemed to shudder. The air vibrated with a deep, resonant hum. The creature, which had been looming just a few feet away, now turned its focus to the man. It spoke, but not with words. It was more like a wave of emotion, a primal, guttural growl that echoed through my bones. I could feel its anger, its frustration. It wanted something from the man, but what? Then the man turned toward me, his face unreadable, and he spoke once more. The jinn do not like to be controlled, but you are learning. They know your presence now, know that you've stepped beyond the veil. You are no longer simply an observer. You are a part of it. The words hit me like a slap. A part of it? Before I could react, the creature moved again, faster this time, its form flickering in and out of existence. I braced myself for the impact, but the man reached out his hand, as if to hold back the chaos. The space around us warped, crackling with energy. I could feel something closing in on me, a darkness that was both cold and suffocating. The creature paused for a moment, as if recognizing that the man had control over this realm, but only for a moment. The feeling was fleeting, and soon the world shifted again, the weight of its presence pressing down harder than before. "You can leave," the man said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "You only need to ask." My heart raced. Leave? I wasn't even sure what was real anymore. This place, this endless void, was both terrifying and exhilarating. I could feel the pull of these other worlds, their allure, their promise. But there was a darkness here, a hunger I didn't understand, and I wasn't sure if I could trust the man, or if I should even try to escape. "Do you want to be free?" he asked again, his voice holding a deeper meaning now. I wanted to say yes, but I knew better. This wasn't freedom, not like I imagined. The moment I opened my mouth, the creature lunged again, and I knew with a sinking certainty that I wasn't going to get out of this so easily. The creature froze mid-lunge, its twisted limbs contorting in unnatural angles as if trapped between dimensions. Time itself seemed to warp around us. The hum in the air intensified, a deep, resonant thrum that echoed in my chest, vibrating through the very fabric of this distorted world. I felt like I was standing at the precipice of something immense, something I couldn't understand, but knew would consume me if I wasn't careful. The Chinese man standing motionless in front of me extended his hand toward the creature with an eerie calm. His fingers were long, thin, and his skin was translucent, as if the very air around him could pass through his body. It was as if he wasn't entirely human anymore, or maybe had never been. "You're afraid," the man said, his eyes never leaving the creature, which still hovered, growling but unable to advance. He spoke to me, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the beast. "You don't yet understand the power of what you're seeing, but you will." The creature flickered again, its form warping, its body distorting and pulling apart, only to snap back together like a broken mirror reassembling itself. It snarled in frustration, its eyes narrowing. Then, it did something I didn't expect. It spoke. A guttural voice, low and menacing, seeped into my mind. "You don't belong here." I could feel its malice curling around my thoughts like smoke, as if it were trying to invade my very consciousness. Its voice was an echo of something ancient, its presence pulling at something deep inside me, some buried part of my psyche that I didn't even know existed. A primal fear, the kind that comes from deep within the human soul, started to bubble up inside me. "What are you?" I whispered, not expecting an answer. The creature let out a laugh that was more like a rasping cough, its face twisted in agony like it was trying to explain something impossible. "I am not what you think. I am not your shadow, your fear, or your nightmare. I am much more. I am a jinn, a being of fire, of essence. We are born from the void. We live between worlds, feeding on the souls that wander too close. You, human, are close. You are at the edge." The words sank into me, pulling at my thoughts. Jinn. I remembered the legends, the stories, the myths from cultures around the world. Beings of smokeless fire, spirits of energy, shapeshifters that could appear as anything they chose. Some were benevolent, others far more sinister. I looked over at the Chinese man, confusion written all over my face. "The jinn," I murmured, my voice barely audible. "But why me?" The man's gaze softened for a moment and he turned his attention away from the creature. It seemed to hesitate before lunging forward, but the man raised his hand, effortlessly halting it in its tracks. "You are always going to be a part of this," the Chinese man said quietly. "Every soul has a door, a crack in its essence. It's only a matter of time before something finds it." I swallowed hard, trying to process what was happening. This was too much, too fast. My mind raced with questions, but no answers came. The creature remained motionless now, as if waiting for something. Or someone. Suddenly, I felt a rush of cold air. The temperature dropped, and my breath came out in visible puffs. The light around us flickered, turning dark, then bright, as though the fabric of this place was tearing at the seams. The Chinese man turned toward me, his expression now grave, his voice stern. "This is not your realm, but you have unlocked something. You've seen what others cannot, and now they are coming for you." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I staggered back, my mind trying to hold on to reality as the edges of this world began to unravel. "Who?" I managed to croak, my voice shaky. "What do you mean?" The creature spoke again, its voice slithering into my mind. "We are always here, waiting." The world shifted once more, pulling me deeper into the darkness. This wasn't just a dream or a vision. It was real. Something was coming for me. I could feel it, crawling beneath the surface of everything, hiding in the shadows, ready to claim what it had found. I turned to the man again, desperate for answers, but his face was now obscured by shadows, his form flickering as if he were made of smoke. "We've only begun," he said, his voice fading as the world around me collapsed into nothingness. And then, just like that, I was falling. My body, my soul, everything was falling into an abyss of endless darkness. The world shifted again, but this time it felt different, more immediate, more real. I could feel the ground beneath my feet solidify, the cold air biting at my skin like I had just stepped into an abandoned, forgotten place, like something that had been left behind. The colors around me were muted, bleeding into the gray fog that swirled up from the cracks in the ground. The Chinese man was no longer standing next to me. In his place, the creature from before had returned, its massive shifting form now looming over me. Its eyes, those black, hollow pits, seemed to swallow the light, and it towered above me, its body stretching and contorting in ways that were not possible for any living thing. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't move. My body felt paralyzed, my thoughts frozen in the intense, suffocating presence of the creature. The man had left me alone with it. Had he betrayed me? Or was this part of the lesson? The creature stepped forward, and with each footfall, the ground beneath me seemed to tremble. I wanted to look away, but its gaze was unyielding, forcing me to meet it. The air felt heavier, thicker, like it was pressing down on me from all sides. "You think you can escape us?" The jinn's voice echoed inside my skull, making my teeth rattle. "You opened the door, and now you belong to us." Its words slithered into my consciousness, and I could feel the pull of them. Escape? I had never wanted to escape more in my life, but something deeper, more primal, rose within me. This was my fault. I had ventured into this realm. I had pursued this path, and now I had opened something I couldn't close. The creature seemed to sense my hesitation, its form shifting, like it could read my mind. I could see its shape flicker between different forms, some human, some monstrous, its face twisting into something familiar and terrifying all at once. Then, it spoke again. But this time, its voice was different, softer, more enticing. You want to know what we are, you want to know what it feels like to be free. I felt a rush of warmth, strangely comforting, like the embrace of a long-lost friend. For a fleeting moment, the terror faded. Was I hearing it right? Freedom? We are freedom. We can give you what you desire, the jinn continued, its voice smooth and persuasive. You feel trapped, don't you? Stuck in a life that feels like it's never truly yours. Its words cut through me like a blade. I thought about my life, my job, my routine, my endless cycle of obligations. It felt empty, suffocating at times. The promises of freedom had always seemed just out of reach, like a dream I could never grasp. We can give you everything, the creature said, its form looming over me like a dark promise. All you need to do is accept us. For a moment I wavered. The temptation to give in was strong, so strong that I felt my resolve beginning to crumble. Freedom! It seems so simple, so easy. All I had to do was accept it. Accept them. But something inside me snapped. Maybe it was the memory of the Chinese man standing firm against the creature, not offering promises but offering truth. Maybe it was the weight of the words I had heard before. They are always waiting. No! I said it aloud, my voice trembling but certain. I don't want your freedom. The creature's eyes darkened, and its form began to tremble, as if it hadn't expected this answer. The ground beneath me cracked and shattered, splitting open into a bottomless abyss. I could hear the echoes of other voices, thousands, maybe millions, whispering in a language I couldn't understand. The chorus of souls trapped in this endless void. I felt myself being pulled toward the edge of the rift, a vacuum of dark energy threatening to swallow me whole. But then, just as quickly, the Chinese man was back. His presence was like a calm in the storm. He grabbed my arm, pulling me away from the edge. It is not freedom you seek, he said, his voice low and calm. It is understanding. And that you must earn. I knew I wanted to scream at him, to ask why he had left me, why he had let me face this alone. But as I looked into his eyes, I realized something. He had never left me. This was the test. The creature, the promises, the fear, they were all part of the trial. The jinn screeched in fury as the Chinese man raised his hand, forming a barrier between us. The creature recoiled, hissing, as if burned by the very light that now surrounded us. Go back, the Chinese man said firmly, to your world. But know this, there is no easy path to freedom. You must understand the price before you seek it. I didn't argue. I didn't need to. The rift began to close around us, the worlds separating, the pull of the jinn fading. But as I was pulled back toward the park bench, my body slowly returning to its rightful place, a single thought echoed through my mind. This wasn't over. I had opened the door. And now the jinn were watching, waiting. I've always been drawn to mysteries, the kind that keep you up at night turning over pieces of a puzzle in your mind. As a journalist, I thrive on uncovering the unknown, seeking truth behind what others might dismiss as superstition or mere coincidence. But even I wasn't prepared for the truth I stumbled upon when I began investigating the missing persons cases. It all started with a simple lead. Someone had gone missing after a supposed astral projection session. That was 6 months ago. Since then, more cases had popped up, each one more disturbing than the last. People had vanished, leaving behind perfectly preserved bodies. No sign of struggle, no evidence of foul play, just an eerie stillness. I started talking to families, friends, anyone connected to the missing. That's when I found the support group. The group met once a week in a shabby room at the edge of town. The air was thick with unease, like the walls themselves were trying to hold something back. The members of the group were an eclectic mix. Some were grieving, others were angry, and a few, like myself, were just trying to make sense of what had happened to their loved ones. They all shared one thing in common. They believed the disappearances were linked to astral projection. At first I thought they were all just grasping at straws, desperate to find a reason for the inexplicable, but then they told me things that stopped me cold. Stories of people who had projected out of their bodies, exploring the unknown realms of consciousness, only to never return. Some spoke of encountering something in the void, something that didn't belong, a darkness that pulled at them, tried to trap them. And then there was the door. One of the women, Evelyn, was particularly adamant. "There's a place," she said, her voice trembling, "a labyrinth. It's filled with doors. Behind each one is a person who never made it back. Their souls are trapped. But the worst part? There's a door with my name on it. And I know that if I open it, I'll be trapped too." I didn't believe her, not at first, but the more I listened, the more I wondered. I was already deep into my investigation, and the missing persons cases seemed to be pointing to something bigger, something beyond just people disappearing. I had to see for myself. That night I'd tried astral projection. I'd read about it in old journals and on obscure online forums. I followed the methods they'd described, a deep breathing, focusing on my mind's eye, and letting go of my physical body. At first, I felt nothing, but then something shifted. It was subtle, like a tug at my core. My body felt light, weightless. I was in a void, a vast, infinite blackness that stretched in every direction without end. But then I saw it. Dozens, no, hundreds of doors. They floated in the dark, each one different, yet all hauntingly familiar. On each door, there was a nameplate. I froze. Each name was one of the missing persons. I walked closer to the nearest door. The name on the plate was Sarah. I could feel something behind it. Someone trapped, calling for help. I could almost hear their voice, muffled, desperate. It wasn't just a scream. It was the kind of scream that tore at your soul. I couldn't help myself. I reached for the handle, but something stopped me. A feeling in my gut told me not to. I withdrew my hand and moved to the next door, and the next, and the next. Some doors had no sound behind them, empty, lifeless, but others screamed in agony, calling for release, for freedom. I couldn't help but feel drawn to them. Then, in the distance, I saw it. A door that stood out from the rest. It was larger than the others, darker, almost as though it absorbed the surrounding darkness. The nameplate was cracked, but I could still make out the letters. It was my name. Said. My heart skipped a beat. I didn't remember coming across it. I didn't remember my name being written on any of the other doors. My pulse quickened and a cold sweat broke out across my skin. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. There was something about that door that felt wrong, a dread that clawed at me deep inside. A voice whispered, just out of reach, warning me, "Don't open it." I didn't know what would happen if I did, but something in me was terrified. I couldn't let it open. I turned around, trying to ignore the growing sense of urgency creeping up my spine. I had to leave. I needed to get back to my body. I'd learned enough, seen enough. I wasn't ready for this. But just before I could leave the void, I heard it, a low, creaking sound, like a door opening. It wasn't mine, but it didn't matter. Every door around me began to creak open. One by one, they all opened, and the voices of the trapped souls screamed louder, more frantic. I rushed back. I had to leave, had to wake up. But as I reached for the exit, something dark reached for me, pulling me back, wrapping around me like a chain. The door to my own soul opened wider. I woke up in my bed, gasping for air, my body drenched in sweat. But something was wrong. My room looked different, darker. The air felt heavy. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. Panic surged through me as I realized I was trapped. I opened my eyes to a sterile white ceiling. The harsh lights buzzed above me, and the smell of antiseptic filled the air. I was in a hospital bed, my limbs restrained. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. But I could hear something, a faint creaking sound. I turned my head, eyes widening in horror, as I saw the door to my hospital room slowly, inexorably open. And behind it, the darkness of the void. The door to my soul, to my doom. And I couldn't escape. I stood frozen in front of the door with my name on it, the air thick with an unexplainable dread. The darkness around me seemed to pulse, as if the void itself was alive, watching. My body trembled, not from the cold, but from a deep, primal fear that I couldn't shake. I wanted to turn away, to leave the labyrinth and return to my physical body, but my feet were rooted to the spot. Something was pulling me toward it, like an invisible force. I reached out, my fingers brushing the cold surface of the door. The moment my skin made contact, a jolt of electricity shot through me, sharp and agonizing. I recoiled, but the sensation lingered, buzzing under my skin, making it feel as though my very essence was being tested. And then I heard it, a whisper. It wasn't a voice I recognized, but it felt like it came from inside me. An echo of my own thoughts, distorted and hollow. "Don't open it, Jane." I blinked, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The voice didn't belong to me. It was a warning, desperate, pleading. My mind raced with confusion. Why was it telling me this? Why was I here, in this twisted place, staring at a door that shouldn't exist? I took a step back, my eyes never leaving the nameplate. I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to know what lay behind it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this door, my door, held the key to everything. And yet I couldn't bring myself to open it. There was something worse than the unknown, something terrifying about the idea of knowing what lay behind that door. A voice deep in my gut told me that if I opened it, I would never return. I would become just like the others, the missing, the lost. trapped in the void, tethered forever. I turned away, the sound of my heartbeat deafening in the stillness. As I walked, the labyrinth seemed to stretch endlessly before me, each step further from the door that bore my name. I moved with purpose now, determined to leave the void behind and return to my body. But no matter how far I walked, the space around me never changed. The walls of darkness closed in, and the doors, with their twisted, anguished souls, surrounded me like a cage. And then I felt it, a pull. It was subtle at first, like a tug at the base of my spine, but it grew stronger, relentless. My heart pounded as the pull became a force, dragging me back toward my door. I tried to resist, to fight against it, but it was no use. My legs moved on their own, carrying me closer, closer to the one door that I knew I should never open. I reached it again, my hand trembling as it hovered over the cold handle. A scream, my own perhaps, echoed in my mind. "Don't do it!" But the voice was distant now, drowned out by the insistent compulsion to open the door. In a moment of panic, I yanked my hand back, but I could still feel the pull. It wasn't physical. It was something deeper, something I couldn't escape. I had to leave. I had to return. With everything I had, I focused on my body, my breath, on the world I knew I'd left behind. The pull lessened, and I felt the familiar tug of gravity, the sensation of being anchored. But just as I was about to break free, the door creaked. The sound was like a whisper in the wind, a soft sigh, but in that moment it felt as though the entire labyrinth had exhaled in unison. The door was opening. I tried to move, to push myself away, but I couldn't. The door was pulling me in, its presence overpowering. I could hear someone on the other side, whispering my name. "Jade, come in." The voice was unmistakably mine, and yet it wasn't. It was distorted, hollow, like a version of myself that had already been lost. With a final, desperate effort, I snapped my eyes open, willing myself back to my body. I felt the pull of my physical form like a lifeline, dragging me from the void. The coldness of the air, the weight of my limbs, the taste of stale hospital oxygen filling my lungs. It all rushed back at once. I gasped for breath, my eyes darting around the room. I was in a hospital bed. The sterile white walls, the beeping of machines, the faint scent of antiseptic, it was all too familiar. But something wasn't right. I tried to move, to sit up, but my body wouldn't respond. Panic surged in my chest as I struggled against my immobile limbs. Why couldn't I move? My heart raced, pounding against my ribs. But no matter how hard I willed my body to obey, it refused. And then I heard it. It was soft at first, almost imperceptible, but it grew louder, the sound of something heavy shifting, something old, something uninvited. The door to my hospital room, the one that had been closed, was slowly, inexorably creaking open. My breath hitched, my throat tightened. The door was moving on its own. No one was there. I was alone, but something was coming. I tried to scream, but my mouth was dry. My eyes shot to the door, my heart hammering in my chest as the creak grew louder. The door, it was opening wider, and behind it, darkness loomed, swallowing the light from the hallway. The pull from the void, the door with my name. I had thought I'd escaped it, but now I knew I hadn't. And in the dark beyond the door, I saw it, a shadow moving toward me. It was waiting for me. The door to the void wasn't just a door. It was a trap. And I had walked right into it. I woke up with a gasp, my eyes snapping open, my chest heaving as I struggled to fill my lungs with air. For a moment, I couldn't tell where I was. My limbs felt heavy, unresponsive, as though I had just returned from a long, deep sleep. I tried to move, to sit up, but my body refused to cooperate. Panic surged through me. My thoughts scrambled, but they were sluggish, as if trying to swim through thick fog. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. I tried to blink away the blurriness, to shake the dizziness that threatened to consume me, but my vision remained blurred. I felt the sterile coldness of metal beneath me, the faint scent of antiseptic in the air. It was then that I realized I wasn't in my apartment. I was in a hospital room. A sharp, disorienting sense of vertigo hit me as I tried to speak, but no sound came from my throat. My hands shot up to my face, but I couldn't feel them, couldn't feel anything from the neck down. My panic grew and I tried to scream, but my voice was locked inside me. I was paralyzed. And then it hit me. I couldn't move. My body was frozen, unresponsive. The door, the one with my name on it, the one I had almost opened, it wasn't just a door. It was a warning, a curse, and now, somehow I had become part of it. I could hear the distant sound of footsteps, muffled voices outside the room. Someone was coming, but I didn't know if it was too late. My heart pounded in my chest, but my body wouldn't respond. I was locked in this strange, unfeeling prison, but my mind was clear. My mind was racing. I thought back to the void, to the labyrinth, the doors, the souls trapped behind them. Evelyn had warned me about the door with my name. She had said it would tether me forever. But I had thought I could escape it. I was wrong. The room was deathly still. The air seemed heavier now, pressing in on me from all sides. And then I heard it. The creak of a door. The door. The sound was soft, almost imperceptible, but it made my blood run cold. I tried to turn my head to see where the noise was coming from, but my body refused to obey. From the corner of my eye, I saw it, the door to my hospital room. It was open just a crack. I hadn't been like that before. I knew it. It wasn't supposed to be open. The door creaked again, this time louder. The crack widened, and in the darkness beyond, I thought I saw something. Or someone. But no, there was nothing there. Just a deep, endless blackness that seemed to stretch on forever. I could hear my own heartbeat, each beat like a drum in the silence. My thoughts spiraled. Too fast, too scattered. My breath quickened, panic clawing at the edges of my mind. Then the whisper, that same voice, that same hollow, distorted sound. Jade. It was my name, but twisted. It was me, but it wasn't. The voice called to me. From beyond the door, from that impossible darkness. It beckoned me, luring me toward it, pulling at the thread of my soul. I didn't want to go, I couldn't, but I couldn't move either. The door creaked again, and this time, the darkness seeped into the room. Slowly, it crawled across the floor, cold and suffocating, like smoke, like something alive. It curled around the edge of the bed, reaching toward me, inch by inch, until it was just inches from my face. The temperature in the room dropped. My breath came out in visible puffs of frost. The blackness enveloped me, swallowing the edges of my vision, wrapping around me like a shroud. And then, with a final agonizing click, the door to my room swung wide open. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. But I felt it. I felt it all. The pull was back. That same force, that insistent, twisting pressure from the void, was dragging me toward the door, toward the darkness beyond. The labyrinth was waiting. And I knew, with a certainty that cut through the fear, that I had become just like the others, just like the souls trapped behind those doors. My body was still here, but I was already gone. My name, my soul, had been claimed by the void. The door was open, and there was no turning back. The locked door was never meant to be closed. I never asked to learn astral projection. It just happened. At first, I thought it was just another vivid dream, a disembodied weightlessness, a sense of floating above my bed. But when I looked down and saw myself lying there, I knew it wasn't a dream. It became my escape. I had plenty to run from. My twin sister Beth had died 6 months ago. Suicide, they said. She left no note, no explanation, just silence. We hadn't spoken in 2 years before it happened. A rift caused by some stupid argument I could barely even remember now. The guilt gnawed at me, so when I found this strange ability, I used it to retreat from the suffocating regret. At first, my projections were brief and clumsy, like a child learning to walk. I floated aimlessly through my apartment, marveling at the surrealness of it all. Then I grew bold. I ventured further, to our childhood home, now abandoned after our parents sold it. That was where I saw her for the first time. She stood in the living room, back turned to me, her long brown hair cascading over her shoulders just like I remembered. "Beth?" I whispered, my voice trembling. She turned slowly, her face lighting up with the kind of joy that broke my heart. "Elisa," she said, her voice soft but warm, like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. I ran to her, but we couldn't touch. My hand passed through hers like smoke. "It's really you," I sobbed. I'm so sorry, Beth. I should have been there." "Shh," she said, her hand hovering near my cheek. "It's okay. I'm here now. We have time." For weeks I returned to the house, eager to see her again. We'd talk for hours, reminiscing about old times. But something felt off. She didn't remember certain things, little details, like the name of our favorite childhood cat, or the way she used to hate peanut butter. I brushed it off at first. It had been years after all. Maybe death blurred memories. But then there were the other things. Her voice, though comforting, carried an undertone of something I couldn't place, like a faint echo just out of sync. Sometimes she'd stare at me too long, her expression unreadable, as if she were studying me. One night, as I prepared to leave, she grabbed my wrist. I flinched at the sudden contact. She'd never touched me before. Her grip felt solid, too real. "Stay longer," she pleaded, her eyes wide and glistening. "Please, I get so lonely when you're gone." The desperation in her voice froze me. "I can't. I don't think I'm supposed to be here this long." She let go, but her gaze lingered as I willed myself back to my body. That's when the bruises started. I woke the next morning with an aching wrist, the skin mottled with purples and greens where Beth had grabbed me. My breath hitched. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd slept wrong, or maybe I'd bumped into something and forgotten. But the bruises grew worse each time I projected. They weren't just on my wrists anymore. They showed up on my arms, my legs, even my neck. Worse, strange things began happening in the waking world. My reflection in the bathroom mirror would lag, moving a fraction of a second after I did. Sometimes it didn't move at all, staring back at me with wide, accusing eyes. And then there was her voice. I heard it everywhere, in the hum of the refrigerator, in the creak of the floorboards. "Stay longer, Elisa," it whispered. "You don't belong there." One night I stood before the mirror, studying my reflection. My hair was a mess, my eyes shadowed with exhaustion. But as I stared, something shifted. My reflection tilted its head, not the way I had. The movement was sharp, deliberate, wrong. "Eth?" I whispered, my voice shaking. The reflection's lips curled into a smile, but mine stayed still. I stumbled back from the mirror, heart hammering in my chest. The grin on my reflection didn't fade. It deepened, twisting into something unnatural. Then it moved. The reflection stepped closer to the glass, leaning in as if to press its face against the surface. I froze, my breath shallow and ragged. My lips finally moved, but my voice didn't come out. The reflections did. "She misses you, Elisa," it said, the voice warping into Beth's tone. "Don't you miss her?" I turned and ran, slamming the bathroom door behind me. The sound of my feet pounding against the floor filled the apartment as I dove into bed, pulling the covers up like a child. But sleep didn't come. It never did anymore. Over the next few days, the bruises darkened, spreading like ink under my skin. I stopped projecting. I told myself it was over. I wouldn't go back to the childhood home, wouldn't see Beth again. But Beth didn't care about my resolve. She came to me anyway. It started with the mirrors, no matter where I was, in the bathroom, the kitchen, or even the rearview mirror of my car. She was there. At first, it was subtle, a flash of movement, her face peeking out behind mine for just a moment. Then it became undeniable. One morning, I caught her standing fully behind me in the hallway mirror. She wasn't smiling anymore. Her expression was blank, her eyes dull and sunken. "Well, are you ignoring me?" she asked, her voice hollow. "I'm not," I whispered. "You are," her tone sharpened like the edge of a knife. "Don't you care about me anymore? About what happened to me?" "I do care," I said, tears burning my eyes. I can't keep doing this, Beth. It's not healthy." Her reflection didn't reply, but her eyes followed me as I stepped away from the mirror. That night, I dreamed I was back in our childhood home. The air felt heavy, thick with a suffocating stillness. Beth sat in the living room, her back to me as she always was when I first arrived. "I'm here," I said, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. She turned slowly, her lips curling into a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I knew you'd come back." "I didn't want to," I admitted, my voice trembling. "But you did," she said, standing and taking a step toward me. Her movements were jerky, as though her joints didn't work quite right. "Ah, you always come back, Elisa." I stepped back, but my feet felt rooted to the floor. "I don't think you're Beth," I said, my throat dry. "I think you're something else." Her face twisted, her smile stretching unnaturally wide. "Don't be silly. Of course I'm Beth." "No," I said, my voice growing stronger. "Beth wouldn't want this. She wouldn't hurt me. Her smile vanished. You hurt me first. I jolted awake, drenched in sweat, but something was wrong. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed, my body heavy as stone. My eyes darted around the room, catching the faint glow of moonlight spilling through the blinds. Then I saw her. Beth stood at the foot of my bed, her head tilted unnaturally to the side. Her face was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes gleamed in the dark like wet glass. "You left me?" she said, her voice low and guttural. "No," I whispered, though I wasn't sure if the sound even left my lips. "You left me," she screamed, her voice splitting the silence like thunder. I willed myself to move, to scream, to do anything, but my body refused to obey. She climbed onto the bed, her movements spider-like and grotesque. Her face hovered inches from mine, her breath cold against my skin. "Don't you get it?" she hissed. "Every time you leave, I get stronger. Every time you come back, I take more of you." Her hand pressed against my chest, and a cold, sinking sensation spread through me. It felt like she was pulling me apart, unraveling me thread by thread. "I don't want to be alone anymore," she whispered. The darkness swallowed me. When I woke, it was morning. The sunlight streamed through the blinds, but it didn't feel warm. I looked down at my hands and saw bruises circling my wrists, deeper, darker than ever before. In the bathroom mirror, my reflection stared back at me. But something was wrong. It wasn't copying me. I raised my hand, it stayed still. I leaned forward, it smiled. "Eth?" I whispered. The reflection tilted its head, and Beth's voice echoed in my mind. "You're almost ready, Elisa. One more trip, and you'll never leave again." I don't know how long I lay there, pinned under the weight of Beth's presence. Time felt stretched, warped, like I was caught in a loop of suffocating terror. But finally, I moved. Or at least I thought I did. My arm jerked upward, breaking free of the invisible hold. I gasped for air and scrambled out of bed, my limbs shaking as I backed away from her figure on the bed. Except it wasn't her. It was me. I froze, staring at my own sleeping body tangled in the sheets. My chest rose and fell, my face slack with unconsciousness. Panic surged through me as I realized the truth. I wasn't awake. I had projected again. Whether by choice or force, I couldn't say. Beth stood at the edge of the room, her head cocked to the side, watching me with a mixture of amusement and disdain. "See what happens when you leave your body too often?" she said, her voice mocking. "You're making it so easy for me, Elisa." "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "This isn't real. I didn't leave." "Oh, it's very real." She stepped closer, her form flickering like a faulty projection. "You've been running from the truth for so long, haven't you? You weren't there for me, and now you're not even there for yourself." I turned toward my body, willing myself to return, to wake up, but nothing happened. My fingers passed through my own arm like smoke. And Beth laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally. "You don't get to just walk back in. You've left it empty for too long, and I'm tired of being the one stuck on the other side." "No!" I shouted, spinning to face her. "You're not Beth. You're something else, something pretending to be her." Her smile faded, replaced by a cold, seething rage. "I am Beth," she said, her voice trembling with venom. "I'm the part of her you ignored, the pain you left behind, and now I'm taking what's mine." She lunged toward me, and the room spun violently. The walls of my apartment blurred and melted away, replaced by the familiar but decayed interior of our childhood home. The air smelled of mildew and rot, and the once cozy living room was shrouded in darkness. I tried to run, but my feet felt like they were sinking into the floor. Beth was everywhere. Her laughter echoed from every corner, her face flashing in and out of the shadows. "You can't escape me," she hissed, her voice all around me. "You never could." I reached the staircase, the only thing that still felt solid, and scrambled upward, desperate to find a way out. At the top was the mirror from our old bedroom, the one we used to share as kids. Its surface shimmered, alive and pulsing. I knew instinctively that this was my way back. I reached for it, but before my fingers could touch the glass, Beth appeared in the reflection, her eyes blazing with fury. She grabbed my arm, her grip like iron, and yanked me backward. "You're not leaving," she screamed. I fought against her, kicking and clawing. "You don't belong here," I shouted back, my voice cracking with desperation. "You're not Beth." Her grip faltered for just a moment, and I seized the chance. I threw myself toward the mirror, my hand breaking through the surface like water. I gasped as my eyes flew open. I was back in my body, drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably. My room was quiet, eerily still. The shadows seemed longer, darker, but the air was familiar. Mine. I stumbled to the bathroom, gripping the sink for support. My reflection stared back at me, pale and haggard, but normal. For a moment, I allowed myself to breathe. It was over. I was safe. Then my reflection smiled. It wasn't my smile. "Finally," Beth said through my lips. "You should have stayed longer." The bathroom door slammed shut, trapping me inside the mirror. And I screamed as my twin, now wearing my face, walked back into the world. I never believed in things like astral projection. Never. I thought it was a dream, a myth, until I found myself floating above my own body. But that came later, much later. It started innocently enough. I'm a nurse in the coma ward at St. Alora's, a small, quiet hospital nestled on the outskirts of town. The work is routine. The patients are mostly just shells, their bodies clinging to life in ways that defy explanation. It's a job. It pays the bills. I don't mind it. I just didn't expect to be haunted by it. The first time I noticed him was 2 weeks ago. His name was Owen, a young man in his late 20s, admitted after a car accident. The doctors said he was in a persistent vegetative state, his body alive, but his mind, his soul, gone. His chart was a standard list of symptoms, nothing special, just another patient for me to monitor, another coma to tend to. But then I started seeing things. I'd be standing beside his bed, checking his vitals, and I would feel it, an icy chill that seemed to come from nowhere. A whisper, soft at first, like the rustling of pages. When I'd turn around, no one would be there. I'd chalked it up to stress. I was working long hours, after all. Who wouldn't start hearing things? It was the first time I found myself alone in the ward late one night when everything changed. The overhead lights flickered, buzzing with static before they blinked out completely, plunging the room into darkness. I reached for my flashlight, but before I could find it, something grabbed my wrist. "Leah," a voice hissed. "Help me." I spun around, heart pounding, but no one was there. The voice, It wasn't my patient's, but I knew it. It was Owen's. I rushed to his side, my fingers trembling as I checked his pulse. It was steady, normal. The machines beeped in their usual rhythm, but there, at the edge of my vision, I saw something that wasn't right. The room had changed. The walls were darker, as if the light was being sucked out of them. The floor was cracked, broken in places, and there was something in the corner. I blinked and it was gone. I stayed by Owen's side the rest of the night, too unsettled to leave. But as I sat there, staring at him, I began to feel something else. A pull, a tug, deep inside of me, beckoning me to slip out of my own body, to drift into the space beyond. That's when I first projected. I didn't mean to, it wasn't intentional. One moment I was sitting beside Owen, and the next, I was hovering above him, looking down at my own body, slumped in the chair. The feeling was strange, surreal. My senses were heightened, sharper than ever, but at the same time tethered to the world I knew. And there he was, Owen, standing in front of me, but not like he was in the bed. He was translucent, barely there, like a ghost. His eyes were wide, filled with panic. I can't go back, he said, his voice like a whisper carried on the wind. Help me. Wanted to reach out to him, to comfort him, but I couldn't. I couldn't feel my hands, couldn't move the way I wanted to. Instead, I floated, watching helplessly as he seemed to sink deeper into the shadows of the room. I don't know how long I stayed there. When I returned to my body, my heart was racing. The room was normal again. Owen was still in his coma, his vitals unchanged, but the weight of the experience lingered. Something had shifted. I didn't know what, but it was real. Owen was stuck, trapped somewhere in between. I couldn't stop thinking about him. I had to help him. I had to find a way to bring him back. And so I began to project again. This time I knew where to go. The hospital had become my doorway to another realm. Dark, decaying, like a twisted reflection of the place I worked. The walls were crumbling, the halls echoing with an eerie silence. And in this place, I found Owen, standing in the same spot, his eyes filled with desperation. I'm lost, he whispered, his voice cracking. I can't find my way back. I tried to guide him, I really did. I reached out to him, offering my hand. But then something started happening. Figures, half-formed shadows, began to appear in the corners of the room, watching us with eyes that seemed to pierce through my soul. They were the patients, I realized. Patients who had been in the coma ward long before Owen. They were the ones who had never returned. The ones forgotten by everyone. They began whispering, their voices overlapping, rising in a chorus of accusations. She left her mother. She abandoned us. She doesn't care. The whispers echoed through the decaying halls, drowning out my thoughts, drowning out everything. My heart thudded in my chest as I tried to hold on to Owen, tried to get him to move, but he didn't respond. He was frozen, trapped in this world between life and death, just like me. And then the whispers stopped. Dead silence. For a moment, I thought I might be free, but then I saw it. In the distance, at the end of the hallway, was a door. It was cracked open, and beyond it, Darkness. The kind of darkness that pulls you in and never lets go. I reached for Owen, trying to guide him away from it, but as I turned to face him, I realized he was gone, vanished. There was only me, alone, staring into the void. I jerked awake, gasping for breath. My hands were shaking, my heart racing. The hospital room was normal again. Owen's vitals were stable. But something had changed. The feeling was stronger now, this pull, this presence. Something was following me. That night, the whispers returned, but not in the dream. They came while I was awake. I started seeing glimpses of the decayed hospital, the crumbling walls and broken floors and flickering in the corners of my vision. It was as if the world I knew was starting to warp, bend, twist into something else. I couldn't escape it. And the worst part? I couldn't stop myself from going back to help Owen. But as I reached for him again, I realized something was wrong. I could feel it in my gut. The darkness was closing in around me. And when I tried to wake up, I couldn't. I was still there, but my body, it wasn't mine anymore. And the air was thick with a sense of suffocating dread. The sterile white floors of the real hospital had been replaced with cracked tiles, stained dark brown with something I couldn't identify. The ceiling was low, the flickering lights barely giving any illumination. A soft, indistinct hum filled the air, like the distant murmur of 1,000 voices. Embarrassment. Owen was there. I saw him standing in the hallway, motionless, his face pale, eyes wide and frantic. His form flickered in and out like a faulty television signal, and for a moment I thought he might slip completely out of existence. "Owen?" I called, but my voice sounded strange, hollow, as if it came from far away. He turned to face me, his expression one of confusion and fear. "Leah, they're watching. They won't let me leave." His words were a jumbled mess, echoing off the walls. Something about them felt wrong, like they were not entirely his own. I wanted to step forward, to touch his arm, but I was rooted to the spot, as if some unseen force was keeping me in place. "Who's watching, Owen?" I asked, but my voice quivered. He didn't answer right away. Instead, his eyes darted nervously to the sides, as if expecting something or someone to appear. Then I heard it, the whispering. It was soft at first, barely audible over the hum of the place. But as the seconds stretched on, it grew louder, the words sharper, more distinct. At first I couldn't understand them, but then I began to make out phrases, accusations, heavy with venom. "You left her, you abandoned her." The words twisted and clawed at my mind, a reflection of a regret that had been buried deep inside me for years. The voice in the whisper wasn't just unfamiliar, it was mine, but twisted. It was as though the room itself was speaking to me, the memories that I had long tried to forget, rising from the depths of my guilt. The whispering intensified, a chorus of voices now, each one accusing me of something, of leaving my mother to die alone in that sterile hospital room, of abandoning her when she needed me most. The guilt clawed at my chest, suffocating me. I tried to block it out, to focus on Owen, but he was already slipping away. His form flickered again, this time longer, as though the shadows were pulling him back. I reached out to him, desperate to stop him from disappearing. But when my hand touched his shoulder, it passed, right through him, as though he were nothing but smoke. "Owen!" I shouted, but it was no use. He was fading, slipping deeper into the darkness of the decaying hospital. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the shadows, standing in the far end of the hallway. It was a woman, her face obscured by long black hair, her body pale and thin, like a ghost. She was smiling, but it wasn't a comforting smile. It was something darker, something I couldn't comprehend. As she took a step forward, the hallway seemed to stretch, growing longer, more distorted. "Do you think you can save him?" the woman asked, her voice smooth but filled with malice. "Do you think you deserve redemption?" The weight of her words hit me harder than anything else. Redemption? Was that what I was looking for? Was I trying to help Owen to atone for my own failures, my own sins? The woman stepped closer, her eyes glinting with something I couldn't name. Then she laughed softly, the sound echoing in the hallway like a ripple through water. "You're too late, Leah," she said, her voice dripping with cold amusement. "You never even understood why you were drawn here." Before I could respond, the woman faded, disappearing into the shadows like smoke. And with her, the hallway began to twist and writhe, the walls closing in on me. The air became thick with an oppressive weight, suffocating me. My lungs burned as if they had forgotten how to breathe. I reached for Owen once more, but he was gone. I felt the pull again, stronger this time, tugging at the very core of my being, dragging me back to the waking world. But just as I tried to leave, a sharp, jarring pain shot through my chest. It was as though something was holding me in place, as though my own body was fighting against me. And then I heard a voice I didn't recognize, but I somehow knew it. "You're not going anywhere, Leah." I shot upright, gasping for air, my eyes snapping open. I was back in the hospital room, in my own body, drenched in sweat. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic rhythm I couldn't control. But something was off. The room, the familiar surroundings, everything seemed wrong, out of place. The machines hummed in a discordant tone, the lights flickering just like in the decaying version of the hospital. I looked at Owen's bed. He was still there, but now his eyes were open. Not a normal blank stare, but a look filled with something dark, something hollow. My breath caught in my throat. And then I heard it again. The whisper, soft at first, like a distant echo, coming from inside my head. "You've been here too long." My stomach lurched as I realized the horrifying truth. I had been so focused on saving Owen, so obsessed with his plight, that I had stayed too long in the astral world. I had become so entangled with it that I had forgotten something important, something vital. I reached for my own reflection in the glass, but the person staring back at me wasn't me. It was Owen. The world spun, my vision blurred, and I knew then that I had made a terrible mistake. And now I was the one trapped. The pain was unbearable, like needles pricking every inch of my body. My heart pounded as I struggled to escape the suffocating grip of whatever force was trying to hold me in the decaying hospital. I tried to wake up, tried to push back, but it felt as though the world around me was made of molasses, thick and sticky, pulling me further into the darkness. My breath came in ragged gasps, my chest heaving as though I were suffocating. I opened my eyes, or I thought I did, and the first thing I saw was the pale, cracked ceiling above me. I was back in the real world. But it wasn't right. Something was wrong. My body felt foreign to me. My fingers twitched, uncoordinated, as if I were learning how to move them again. I reached up to touch my face, and the sensation was wrong, like the skin wasn't mine. My breath quickened, and I shot up from the bed, my legs shaky as I stood. But the room was wrong. The walls were the same dull white, the equipment the same sterile, lifeless machines, but everything felt hollow, empty, as though the space I had once known so well had shifted just enough to unsettle me. Then I saw him. Owen. His body lay motionless in the bed next to mine, his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling in the faintest of breaths. He was back. And yet, something wasn't right. His skin was pale, almost ashen. His lips tinged with a strange blue hue. There was something in his expression that seemed off. He wasn't the same person I had seen in the hospital's astral realm. No, this was not Owen. At that moment, the room seemed to tilt, and I stumbled, nearly collapsing to the floor. I felt dizzy, disoriented. My head spun, and my body ached, as though it had been twisted out of its natural alignment. Then it hit me. Owen wasn't the one who had been lost. I was. I wasn't in my body anymore. I was inside his. I reached up to feel my face again, but it was no longer mine. I touched the skin, cold, stiff. I traced my fingers over the curve of my jaw, the flatness of the cheeks. It wasn't me. It wasn't me at all. The breath in my lungs felt wrong, the pulse beneath my skin, alien. I had taken his place. The realization struck me with the force of a tidal wave, and I felt the walls of the room close in on me, the space pressing tighter and tighter. Panic rose in my throat, but I could barely breathe. It was as if I were drowning in my own body, the oxygen being stolen away by an unseen force. Then I heard the whispering again. It wasn't distant anymore. It was right next to me, in my ear, a soft, venomous hiss. You were never supposed to leave. You were never supposed to escape. I spun around, my heart thudding wildly in my chest. There, in the corner of the room, stood the woman, the one from the astral realm, her smile twisted, her eyes gleaming with malice. "You thought you were saving him, didn't you?" she whispered. "You thought you could atone for your mistakes by helping him, by pulling him back, but you never saw the truth." I took a step back, my mind reeling. "What truth? What are you talking about?" She stepped closer, her presence suffocating, and I could feel my body, Owen's body, shudder with fear. "The truth is," she said, her voice like silk wrapped in poison, "Owen was never lost. He was never trapped between worlds. He was just bait. And you were always meant to take his place." The room around me began to flicker, the walls warping as if they were made of liquid. The sterile hospital began to disintegrate into the same decaying, twisted version I had seen in the astral realm. The hallways stretched unnaturally long, and shadows crawled along the walls, whispering and accusing. "Leah." "Yeah, you left her." My mother's voice. The words hit me like a physical blow, a reminder of the thing I had tried so hard to forget. The truth of why I was here, why I had been drawn into this nightmare in the first place. The woman's laughter echoed, sharp and cruel, as the world around me collapsed. You were never meant to save anyone, Leah. You've always been lost. And then, the world went black. When I awoke, I was lying in a bed, but this time it felt right. My body felt familiar, but as I tried to sit up, something wasn't quite mine. I looked down at my hands, the pale skin, the faint blue veins beneath it. I wasn't me. It was Owen's body, the very same body I had been trying to rescue. I was no longer the nurse trying to help. I was the patient. I was the one trapped in a coma. And there beside me was my body, still lying in that hospital bed, the chest rising and falling in slow, rhythmic breaths. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, I couldn't scream. Leah had abandoned me long ago. And now I was the one who would never wake. Shame that had been gnawing at my insides for years. I had left her in that cold hospital room to die alone, left her without even a final goodbye. The guilt that I had buried so deeply within myself, thinking I could escape it, was now flooding back, consuming me. It was clear now, this wasn't just about Owen. This wasn't just some astral projection gone wrong. This was my punishment. The woman's smile widened and she stepped closer, her form now shifting in and out like a mirage. The room continued to bend and contort around me until it felt as though I were no longer in the real world at all. I was trapped in some other place, some endless loop where time had no meaning and no escape. You can't wake up, Leah, she whispered. Not anymore. You've stayed too long. You've crossed the line? I stumbled backward, feeling my legs give way beneath me. My thoughts were scrambled, but one thing was painfully clear. The place I had thought was the real world was nothing more than an illusion, a cage built to keep me from leaving. But I'd had to leave. I needed to. I tried to scream, tried to call out for help, but my voice was muffled, drowned by the growing darkness that swallowed the room whole. The whispers of my regrets and failures circled around me, louder now, until they felt like they were inside my mind, invading every thought. Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine as the figure of Owen appeared before me, his face now gaunt, hollowed out by the same haunting presence that had gripped me. He was no longer the frightened young man I had tried to save. He was something else. "You did this," he said, his voice barely a whisper, as though it was both his and mine. "You took it. You took my place." I tried to back away, but there was no place to go. The walls were closing in, the shadows wrapping around me, pulling me toward Owen, toward the very thing I had feared most. I had failed him. I had failed myself. I collapsed under the cold floor, my breath shallow, my chest tightening. And then, for a brief, fleeting moment, I thought I saw a door, just a sliver of light cutting through the darkness. But it wasn't a way out. It wasn't a chance at redemption. The door opened, and I saw a face I knew all too well, my mother. Her eyes, empty and cold, stared back at me. She was lying in a hospital bed, just as I had left her all those years ago. "Lee," she said, her voice low and hollow. "You were always meant to abandon me. Now you're here, forever." The door slammed shut. I tried to scream, to wake up, but there was no waking up. I had already left my body, abandoned it for good. The truth was clear now. There would be no escape for me, no return to the world I once knew. I had become a part of the decaying hospital, a shadow just like all the others. And in the darkness, I realized the truth. I had never been the one to save Owen. I had always been the one trapped. The door closed, the whispers grew louder, and the shadows reached for me, forever. I don't know how long it's been since I've woken up, or if I ever did. Time has a way of warping here, in this forsaken place, where the lines between reality and the beyond are so thin that they bleed into one another. I can feel it now, the weight of this place pressing on me, suffocating me. The whispers still echo in my mind, a constant reminder of my failure. You left her. You abandoned her. Their voices have become a part of me, gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. I can no longer tell what is my own regret and what is a reflection of this twisted, decayed version of St. Alora's that I now inhabit. I don't know how many others are here with me. There are shadows everywhere, figures that move just at the edge of my vision. I can't look at them directly. When I do, they vanish, slipping back into the walls, the floors, as if the hospital itself is alive and watching. It knows me. It knows everything about me, and it feeds on my guilt. But there's one thing I do know for certain now. Owen never needed me. He wasn't lost. He was never trapped in that astral space. I was the one who was lost. The woman, the one who spoke of redemption and punishment, was right. I had crossed a line, one I couldn't come back from. The moment I began to project, the moment I stepped into that decaying hospital, I had already sealed my fate. Owen wasn't the bait. I was. I had been lured in by my own guilt, my need to atone for abandoning my mother. The astral world was just a mirror, reflecting all the dark parts of my soul I had never dealt with. And now I am here, in this place, neither alive nor dead. My body, Owen's body, lies still in the real hospital, abandoned by me. I no longer exist there. My soul, if you can even call it that, has been swallowed whole by this decaying hospital, this twisted version of the world where the lost and the broken linger. I wander the halls now, a shadow among shadows. I don't speak anymore. There's no point. The voices never stop. They come from the walls, from the corners of my vision, from the patients who were never truly patients, but remnants of those who failed before me. I see them too, my mother, pale and lifeless in that hospital bed, her eyes never leaving me, always accusing, always reminding me of the one thing I could never forgive myself for. Owen's face, now twisted and hollow, appearing in the halls, his eyes wide with a silent scream that no longer reaches me. He is just like me now, a ghost, a whisper. There are others too. I see their faces, their eyes filled with the same desperation I once felt. But there is nothing I can do for them. I can't save them. I can't save myself. We are all here, stuck in the forgotten room, an in-between place for the lost and the broken, where regret festers and the guilt is never washed away. I reach for the door again, the one that appeared to me all those years ago, the one that I thought could lead me out, but it's always just out of reach, and when I get too close, it fades. It's never real. I hear it now, that familiar whisper. It comes from behind me, just beyond the edge of my vision, a soft voice that once belonged to my mother, but now it is twisted, hollow, accusing. You will never leave, Leah. You were always meant to be here. You will never escape. And I know she's right. There is no escape. There is no redemption. There is only this place, and the endless cycle of regret repeating itself for eternity. I reach out for Owen, but he's gone now. He was never here. It was always me. It was always my soul that was trapped. And the door, it never opens. I am lost. We are all lost. I had seen things, terrible things, and they wouldn't leave me. The blood, the screams, the endless faces of people I had once known, all twisted by the violence I'd been forced to commit. But none of that was supposed to matter anymore. The war was over. I should have been able to forget. But some nights, the memories were so vivid, so real, that I could feel the heat of the sun on my neck as I held a rifle, the weight of it in my hands, the thundering noise of explosions shaking my body. I still heard the screams. I needed to escape, to find a way to stop the torment in my mind. That's when I heard about astral projection. A way to leave my body behind, to drift away from all the nightmares and travel somewhere peaceful. Somewhere I wouldn't have to face the horrors I'd caused. The first time I tried it, I wasn't sure what I was doing. I lay in my bed, eyes closed, focusing on my breathing. I thought of nothing but the stillness. I wanted to go back, to a place I remembered from when I was a child. It was a forest, lush and green, where I had spent hours running through the trees, laughing with my friends. The kind of place that felt safe. And then, as if by magic, I was there. I opened my eyes, expecting the sight of trees swaying in the wind, the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze, but the forest before me was wrong. There was no sound, no birds, no wind. The trees were dark and still, their branches twisted like skeletons' arms reaching toward the sky. The air was thick, oppressive. At first I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe I wasn't as free of my thoughts as I had hoped, but then, faintly, like an echo, I heard it. A scream, distant, muffled, but unmistakable. I froze. My heart thudded in my chest. I told myself it was just my imagination, the remnants of my past slipping through the cracks. But as I looked around, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. The ground. It was littered with remnants of a different kind. Dog tags, broken rifles, and in the distance, something else. A figure. A man slumped against a tree. His face was obscured by shadow, but there was something about his posture, something about the way he lay there, that made my throat tighten. I approached cautiously, heart racing. As I got closer, I saw it. The blood. It was everywhere, staining the dirt beneath him. His uniform was tattered, his rifle lying discarded at his side. But it wasn't just the man that made my stomach churn. It was his dog tags. I recognized them. They were mine. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. It couldn't be. I couldn't be here. I couldn't be seeing this. But then the sound again. A faint, echoing crack, like a gunshot, and with it another scream. I turned around, my pulse quickening. The forest seemed to stretch on forever now, each turn bringing me closer to something I didn't want to face. I walked, or maybe I ran, I didn't know. All I could hear was the thudding of my heart in my chest and the eerie silence that surrounded me. The echoes seemed to follow me, as if the forest itself was alive with the memories of the people I had killed, the ones I had failed. And then I saw it, a figure in the distance, standing tall in the shadows. I could feel its eyes on me, even though I couldn't see its face. The shape seemed to shimmer, distort, like a mirage. I felt my breath catch in my throat. My limbs froze. It was wrong. Everything about it was wrong. It stepped forward slowly, as if dragging itself through the air. And then I recognized it. The face. The face of a soldier I had killed. A man I had never wanted to harm, but had shot in cold blood. A decision I'd made in a split second, in the chaos of the war. But this soldier was different. His eyes were hollow, black voids, his skin twisted and burned, his mouth curled into a grotesque, silent scream. His presence was overwhelming. The very air around me seemed to pulse with his anger, his fury. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. I knew what he was, a soul twisted by the violence I had wrought, a soul that wouldn't rest until I paid for my sins. I turned and ran, though I knew it was futile. The echoes of the forest grew louder, the screams more insistent. Gunfire rang in the distance, and I could see shadows moving between the trees, shadows that looked too human to be real. Something was stalking me, something more than just guilt. I pushed through the branches, stumbling over roots, desperate to escape. But the deeper I went, the more the air thickened with dread. And then, just as I thought I couldn't run any farther, I saw it. The heart of the forest, the clearing. I had to reach it. If I could just get to the clearing, maybe I could escape. But when I stepped into the center, the ground gave way beneath my feet. I fell, tumbling into a pit of darkness. And then, everything went silent. I woke up with a jolt, gasping for air. My body felt heavy, like it had been dragged through mud. I was in a bed. My bed. But it didn't feel like mine. The room was sterile, the air cold, and the beeping of a machine echoed in the silence. I tried to move, but something was wrong. My limbs wouldn't respond. I could feel a presence, though. I could feel them watching me. A voice, faint but clear, whispered in my ear, "You can't escape." And then I saw them. The faces. The soldiers I had killed. They were there, standing at the foot of my bed, their eyes hollow, their faces twisted in anger. And I realized then, with chilling clarity, the truth. The forest, it wasn't an escape. It was a prison. My body was lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by the souls of those I had wronged. They were waiting for me to die so they could claim me, take me with them into the darkness. The forest was never my escape. It was where they kept me, forever. I wanted to run. I should have run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen in place, my heart pounding in my ears, the air thick with the stench of rot. The figure of the soldier drew closer, its distorted form swaying unnaturally, as if it were both there and not there, slipping in and out of reality. His empty gaze pierced through me, as if he could see into the deepest parts of my soul. I wanted to scream, to call out for help, but the words wouldn't come. All I could hear was the faint whisper of my name, my own voice in the distance, distant and hollow. It was then that I realized something else. The soldier wasn't alone. Behind him, emerging from the trees, were more figures, more soldiers, more faces twisted by pain, guilt, and anger. They were all staring at me, their eyes dark and empty, their mouths stretched in silent screams. Some were familiar. Others were faces I'd never seen before, but they all had one thing in common. They were all dead. Dead because of me? I took a step back, but my feet wouldn't obey. I tried to turn, to run, but the ground beneath me seemed to shift, pulling me deeper into the heart of the forest. The trees stretched higher, their branches curling like claws, blocking the sky. The air grew colder, heavier, the silence pressing in on me like a suffocating weight. The echoes, the screams, the gunfire, the battle cries grew louder, reverberating through the trees. Suddenly, the soldier was right in front of me, his face mere inches from mine. His eyes, black voids, stared into mine with an unblinking intensity that made my skin crawl. I could feel the weight of his presence, like he was pulling at something deep inside me, something I didn't want to confront. "You can't escape, Ethan," his voice rasped, a low, guttural sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Not from what you've done." I recoiled, stumbling back. No, this isn't real. It's just a dream. It has to be. This is just a dream." The soldier chuckled, the sound hollow and mocking. "This isn't a dream, Ethan. This is your prison." The words hit me like a blow. I stumbled backward, my thoughts racing. My breath came in ragged gasps, panic clawing at my chest. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't. This forest wasn't real. It was just a place I'd gone to in my mind, a place I'd chosen to escape to. But now, everything felt wrong. I turned to run again, but something stopped me. I looked down, and I saw them. Dog tags, broken rifles, bodies. More and more scattered around the forest floor like discarded relics of a war long past. They were familiar. Some were people I knew. Some were soldiers I had fought beside. Some were people I had killed. I sank to my knees, overwhelmed. The echoes of my past, my guilt surrounded me. The forest was no longer peaceful. It was a graveyard, a prison. The air was thick with the spirits of the dead, their anger and resentment seeping into the very ground beneath me. The soldier, who had once been my comrade, who I had killed in the chaos of battle, now stood before me, his twisted form watching me with eyes full of accusation. "You thought you could escape," he said, his voice low and accusing. "But you can't outrun your guilt. It'll always follow you." The trees began to shift, their branches bending and twisting as though they had minds of their own. The ground cracked open beneath me, revealing more bodies, more faces. The forest had become a reflection of my sins, each step I took pulling me deeper into a nightmare of my own making. And then I heard it again, the sound of footsteps, not from the soldiers, not from the ghosts, from something else, something that wasn't human. I turned around, but it was already too late. The distorted figure of the soldier was standing behind me now, his body warped and flickering like a broken film reel. His hands reached out toward me, fingers twitching, elongated like claws. "You can't escape," he hissed again, his mouth splitting open into a jagged, inhuman grin. "Not this time." I tried to fight, to push him away, but my body wouldn't obey. I felt the coldness of his touch wrap around my throat, his fingers digging in, squeezing the air from my lungs. The more I struggled, the more the world around me twisted, the forest warping and shifting like a living nightmare. But then, just as quickly as it began, it stopped. I gasped for air, my heart racing, and opened my eyes. I wasn't in the forest anymore. I was back in my body, lying in a hospital bed, sweat pouring down my face, my body trembling with the aftershock of what I had just experienced. My hands were shaking uncontrollably as I tried to make sense of it all. But there was no escape, no peace. I could feel them, the soldiers. The faces, they were all around me, watching, waiting. I looked around the sterile room, my eyes scanning the empty walls, but I wasn't alone. I could feel their presence, the spirits. They were in the room, just beyond my sight, but I knew they were there, their cold, vengeful eyes locked onto me. And then I understood. The forest. It wasn't an escape. It was a prison created by the souls I had wronged, a prison that would keep me trapped forever, until the end. I wasn't getting out, and they were waiting for me to die, so they could claim me forever. The realization settled in, heavy and suffocating. I wasn't just haunted by my past. I was trapped in it. The soldier's hands were grotesque, his fingers stretching unnaturally long, twisted like branches contorting in the wind. His shadow loomed over me, darker than the night, and with each step he took, I could feel the very air crackling with an oppressive, malevolent energy. I was paralyzed, unable to move, unable to breathe. The echo of my past crimes, my decisions, the people I had taken from this world was so loud now that it drowned out everything else. The figure's mouth opened, but there were no words, only a hollow scream that reverberated in my chest. I felt my heart racing, my pulse throbbing in my throat. I wanted to flee, to fight, but the forest around me had become a labyrinth, an inescapable maze of horrors that reflected my deepest guilt. The soldier's face twisted again, his once human features warping into something monstrous. His eyes were nothing but black voids, and his skin peeled away like old parchment, exposing nothing but raw, rotting flesh beneath. He reached out, his fingers brushing the back of my neck. His touch was cold, like death itself, sending waves of icy dread through my body. "Do you remember him?" the soldier whispered, his voice like the rustle of leaves in a storm. I swallowed hard, unable to answer, my throat tight with terror. The words echoed in my mind, a scream I couldn't silence. I remember them all. With each name I thought of, each soldier, each civilian, each innocent life torn away by the war, I felt myself sinking deeper into this nightmare. The forest, my childhood refuge, was no longer just a prison for my guilt. It had become a tomb, a place where the souls I had wronged would linger, waiting for me to pay for what I had done. The distorted soldier stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with malice, as if he reveled in my torment. "You think this is an escape? You think you can hide here, in your little fantasy? You belong to us now, Ethan." I wanted to scream, to beg for mercy, but no sound came from my lips. My body felt like stone, heavy and unyielding. I felt like I was suffocating. And then, just as I thought I would break under the weight of it all, I saw something in the distance. A flicker of light, just beyond the trees. It beckoned to me, offering a chance of salvation, a way out. With what little strength I had left, I stumbled toward the light, my body shaking with fear and exhaustion. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly around me, the faces of the dead haunting me from every angle. But still, I pressed on, the light growing brighter, promising escape. But when I reached it, I stopped dead in my tracks. It wasn't the exit I had hoped for. It wasn't freedom. It was a mirror. I stared into it, breath caught in my throat, unable to tear my eyes away. The reflection that stared back at me was not the young soldier I had once been. It was a broken, hollow version of myself. My skin was pale, my eyes sunken with dark circles, my face gaunt and drawn. I looked like a corpse, like something already dead. And then I saw it. Behind me, in the reflection, stood the soldier. The one I had killed, the one who had haunted me all this time. He was no longer distorted, no longer a shadow. He was whole, his body intact, his face calm but filled with an unfathomable sadness. He didn't speak, he didn't need to. The message was clear. This was no dream, this was no escape, this was my punishment. The ground beneath me trembled as the forest around me seemed to pulse, as if it were alive. The trees groaned, the air thickened, and I realized with a sickening clarity that I wasn't just trapped in the forest, I was trapped within myself. The forest was not a place I could leave. It was a prison I had built, brick by brick, with every life I had taken, every soul I had destroyed. The forest was the manifestation of my own guilt, the souls of the dead, now waiting for me to pay the ultimate price. I turned away from the mirror, my vision blurring with tears. There was no escape. The soldiers, the dead, the twisted reflection. Everything was a part of me now. The forest had become my hell, and I was its prisoner. I heard the whisper again. "You can't run anymore, Ethan. This is where you die." Suddenly, the world around me went dark. The trees, the figures, the echoes, they all faded, leaving only the oppressive weight of silence. And then, the darkness parted, revealing a cold, sterile room. I was back in my body, but something was wrong. I could feel the weight of countless eyes on me, the chill of death closing in. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I was paralyzed, my body hooked to machines that beeped steadily in the quiet room. And there, standing around my hospital bed, were the figures I had seen in the forest, the soldiers, the faces of the people I had wronged. They stood in silence, their hollow eyes watching me, waiting. I realized too late that the forest had never been an escape. It had been a warning that no matter how far I ran, I could never outrun the consequences of my actions. And now, in the stillness of my hospital room, I understood the truth. I wasn't meant to survive. I was meant to die here, with them. And they were waiting for me to breathe my last breath so they could claim me forever. In the echoing silence, I knew the truth. There was no escape. I closed my eyes, my breath shallow and ragged, as if the very act of seeing the truth had drained the last bit of hope from my soul. The forest around me seemed to close in tighter, its dark branches twisting and reaching, like fingers, trying to drag me down into the depths of my own remorse. I had thought that I could escape, that I could run far enough to outrun my past, but there was no fleeing from the truth, no running from the guilt that had become a part of me, woven into my very existence. The soldier behind me, his face now clear, his eyes filled with a quiet, almost mournful understanding, took a slow step forward. The soldier behind me, his face now clear, his eyes spotted with cold wind, like the forest itself had swallowed his touch. "You can't escape," his voice whispered, but this time there was no anger in it, only sorrow. "You're already here." The ground shifted beneath me again. The forest trembled, and suddenly I was falling. There was no warning, no chance to prepare. I plunged through the earth, the dark trees blurring above me as I sank deeper into the void. The sound of screams echoed in the distance, but they weren't just the echoes of the dead anymore. They were my own screams, reverberating off the walls of my mind. I opened my eyes, and for a split second, I thought I had awoken, that I was back in my hospital bed, safe. But as I looked around, I saw that I wasn't in the forest anymore, and I wasn't alone. The sterile white walls of the hospital room were familiar, but everything else was wrong. I could see the shadowy forms of figures standing at the foot of my bed, their faces obscured by the darkness. They were silent, their presence suffocating. I tried to speak, but my lips wouldn't move. I couldn't make a sound, and yet I knew they could hear me. They were waiting for something. It was then that I realized the forest wasn't just a dream. It wasn't a place I had gone to escape my past. It was the prison of my soul, the place where the spirits of those I had wronged had dragged me, to torment me for all that I had done. It wasn't some far-off supernatural place. It was here. The forest had been my own mind, a manifestation of guilt so overwhelming that it had consumed me entirely. The figures in the room moved closer, their eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Their faces were familiar, but they weren't human. Not anymore. They were the soldiers, the civilians, the faces of everyone I had hurt, everyone I had killed, all twisted into shapes that no longer resembled the living. Their mouths opened in unison, their voices a chorus of whispers that filled my head. "Your debt is owed," they said, their voices like the rustling of dead leaves. "You can't escape. You will never leave." I wanted to scream, to beg for mercy, but my body wouldn't respond. I couldn't move, couldn't even cry. I could only lay there, paralyzed, as they closed in on me, their eyes unblinking, their bodies flickering in and out of existence like shadows in a nightmare. And then I felt it, a sharp pain in my chest, as if the very weight of the guilt was crushing me from the inside. I could feel my body growing colder, my limbs growing heavier. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't move. My vision blurred, and the hospital room began to fade, just like the forest had, just like everything had. And then the silence, the deep, all-encompassing silence that swallowed everything. There was no more echoing, no more whispers, no more shadows, just the stillness. I didn't know when it happened, whether it was the moment I succumbed to the weight of my own guilt, or when my heart stopped beating altogether. But as the darkness closed in, I realized the truth I had been avoiding all this time. I was dead. Not physically, not yet, but I was gone. The forest had been my prison, and I had built it. I had trapped myself in a cage of my own making. The spirits, those I had wronged, those I had killed, had been waiting for me to die, not so they could punish me, but so they could claim me. The war had ended, but it hadn't ended for me. The battlefield had never left my mind, and now my body was only a vessel, a husk awaiting its final end. As the last breath of air left my lungs, I heard them again, the faint echoes of their voices, their whispers, calling me into the dark. "You are ours." And in that final moment, I understood. The forest was never meant to be an escape. It had always been a trap. And now I would be one of them. Forever. The last thing I saw before everything went dark was the soldier's face, smiling softly. He was no longer a twisted figure of vengeance. He was at peace. and I too would soon find peace, at the cost of everything I had ever been. The echoing forest had claimed me at last. I didn't always believe in things like astral projection, or even ghosts for that matter. I was a college student, juggling classes, assignments, and the occasional night out with friends. Life was ordinary, comfortable even, but it wasn't the ordinary that haunted me. It was the night, the dream, the spiral. At first, it seemed like nothing more than an oddity, just another bizarre nightmare. But it kept coming back, night after night, so vividly that I'd wake up drenched in sweat, the air around me thick with something I couldn't explain. I'd lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to shake off the feeling that there was something off about it, about the dream. I always found myself standing at the top of an endless, winding staircase. It spiraled downward in ways that defied logic, curving at impossible angles, as if the laws of gravity had taken a vacation. The steps were worn and cracked, as if centuries of forgotten footsteps had left their mark on the stone. And then there were the voices. They started faint, like whispers, then grew louder as I descended. At first, it was a murmur of people I didn't recognize, but as I moved lower, something shifted. The voices grew clearer. Raj, help us. It was my mother's voice, then my best friend Arjun, then a voice I didn't know, but it sounded like someone familiar, someone I loved. They all called for me, begging for help. I tried to turn around, to climb back up, but the staircase twisted, and I couldn't find the beginning anymore. It was as if the staircase was alive, pulling me deeper and deeper into its maw. Each time I descended, the air grew colder, the darkness more suffocating, and the walls seemed to close in, pressing on me from all sides. When I woke up, my body would be trembling, my hands cold and clammy. The feeling of the staircase would stay with me, even as the daylight chased the nightmare away. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was when the marks appeared. At first, it was subtle, just a red streak on my arm that I couldn't explain. Maybe it was from scratching in my sleep, but the next night, the streak had twisted into something, a spiral, a perfect spiraling mark that mirrored the staircase in my dream. I couldn't stop staring at it, couldn't explain it. It wasn't just a mark, it was real. After weeks of suffering through the nightmare, I couldn't take it anymore. I was exhausted, both mentally and physically. I had to know what was happening. And that's when I found it, a thread on an online forum, an obscure forum for dreamers, astral travelers, and those who believed they could leave their bodies behind. The thread promised that anyone could learn astral projection, the ability to leave your physical body behind and wander freely in a world of dreams. People were talking about traveling to places beyond their waking minds, confronting their fears, facing the impossible. I wasn't sure what I hoped to find, but the idea of controlling my nightmares, of confronting the source of that accursed spiral, was too tempting to ignore. I spent nights reading through the posts, studying techniques, breathing exercises, meditation, visualization. The idea seemed ridiculous at first, but after several failed attempts, something clicked. It was like floating, like watching myself from above as I drifted away from my body. And when I opened my eyes, I was there. The staircase. It was the same as before, the cold, spiraling descent, the way it twisted in on itself. The whispers returned. But this time, I knew I was dreaming. I could leave whenever I wanted. I had control, or so I thought. I descended. Raj, help us. My mother's voice again, and then Arjan. They were right there, down in the spiral, calling to me, begging me to come closer. But the closer I got, the more I realized something was wrong. The staircase didn't end. It didn't lead anywhere. It spiraled forever, stretching into an abyss that I couldn't escape. And no matter how much I wanted to turn back, my body, my astral form, was drawn downward, down, further into the spiral. The air grew colder, the whispers louder. But now, something else was changing. The walls of the staircase weren't just dark. They were alive, pulsating as if breathing, and the stairs themselves felt like they were twisting underfoot. The marks on my arms throbbed in sync with the spiral beneath me, and I could feel them growing dark, deeper. Then I heard it, something I hadn't expected, a new voice, a cold, guttural voice that didn't belong to anyone I knew. "You're mine now." The sound of that voice, deep, otherworldly, sent a chill down my spine. I stopped. The walls around me seemed to close in, twisting, warping, bending in ways I could never have imagined. The deeper I descended, the less I could see. The world around me became a blur of shadows, and the air grew thick and suffocating. I should have turned back, but I didn't. I couldn't. Then, at the very edge of my awareness, something caught my eye. A shadow moving at the corner of my vision. I tried to turn to look, but the shadows swallowed it, vanishing before I could focus. My heart pounded, my breath quickened, but I pressed on. I had to see. I continued descending into the spiraling void. I had no choice, but something had shifted in me, a gnawing suspicion creeping through my thoughts, too slow to recognize at first. It wasn't just the staircase, it was me. The fear was turning into something else, something I didn't want to face. But before I could make sense of it, the walls cracked, the stairs twisted beneath me, and I lost my footing. I fell into the abyss. And then, suddenly, I woke up. But not in my bed. Not in my body. I was still falling. The spiral continued, and I couldn't stop myself from descending. The air grew thick, suffocating, like a weight pressing down on me with each step I took. The voices of those I loved twisted and warped, as if they were being distorted by the very walls of the staircase. Raj, my mother's voice, now seemed far away, though I had just heard it so clearly moments ago. "Help us, Raj." I forced myself to move forward, even as the sensation of descending grew more intense, more impossible. The stairs bent in ways that shouldn't have been possible, curving horizontally, then vertically, like a carnival ride designed to twist your sense of reality. It felt like the very fabric of the world was warping, contorting around me. My legs were stiff, heavy, as though the air itself was pulling at me. The whispers became urgent. "Come closer, Raj, we need you." Arjun's voice came through clearer now, but there was something wrong about it, something off. "Arjun?" I called out, but my voice didn't echo like it should have. It was absorbed by the darkness, swallowed whole. I couldn't hear anything but the hollow sound of my own breathing and the constant spiral beneath me. I tried to stop. I told myself that I should turn around, that maybe this was all just a hallucination, a trick of my mind. But the pull was irresistible, like gravity itself was set against me, dragging me further down. Then something caught my eye, a small movement, a flicker at the edge of my vision. I turned. It was my own reflection. No, not a reflection, a shadow, but not mine. It stood against the spiral, a dark silhouette, twisted and bent like it was part of the staircase itself. Its face was distorted, like a broken mirror, and for a moment I saw myself in it, my own eyes staring back at me in a way that felt wrong. I froze, my heart hammered in my chest. Something about the figure was familiar, and yet I didn't recognize it at all. The air was thickening now, like it had substance. I could feel it pressing against me. The spiral was becoming more intense, twisting tighter, as if the staircase itself was alive, bending its form around me. The markings on my arms, it had started as one small spiral, a bruise of sorts, but now as I ran my fingers over my skin, I realized they were growing. The spirals were expanding, darkening, twisting inwards like the staircase itself. I pulled my hand away, panic rising within me. Oh, this couldn't be real. I had to wake up. My pulse raced, slipped into my ear, and the stillness was deafening. Then, from the void, a cold whisper slipped into my ear. "You can never leave." I turned sharply, trying to find the source, but there was nothing there, only the empty, swirling staircase beneath me. My feet felt numb. The world around me felt like it was closing in, suffocating me, until I realized I was no longer walking. I had stopped moving. Paul, the descent, it had stopped, but I was still falling. What's happening? I tried to focus, to use the techniques I had learned. Breathe in, breathe out. I'd just wake up, I could get out. But nothing happened. The world didn't shift. There was no light, no escape. No, God help me, no. My body felt weightless. I was spiraling, falling down and down, farther into the abyss. My heart pounded in my ears, and I reached out for something, anything, but the walls of the staircase closed around me, leaving no way out. Then, a light blinked in the distance, a flicker of something, soft, almost warm, compared to the coldness around me. A way out? I stumbled toward it, my breath shaky. As I got closer, I realized something was wrong. The light wasn't a way out. It was another door to the spiral. And as I reached the threshold, I saw them again, the figures, my mother, Arjun, but their faces were not right. Their bodies were twisted, broken, like they had been pulled apart and reshaped by something unnatural. They reached out to me, their eyes wide, their mouths stretched in desperate, silent screams. "Come closer, Raj." Their voices were hollow now, their eyes pleading, but the tone of their cries had changed. They didn't want help anymore. They wanted me to join them. I stumbled back in terror, but I couldn't move. My feet were rooted to the spot, as if the stairs themselves were holding me in place, trapping me in this never-ending spiral. The walls seemed to close in, pressing against me, and I realized, too late, that the spiral wasn't just in my dreams. It was a trap, a prison. The marks on my arms had spread to my legs, my neck. The spirals had become deep gouges in my skin, twisting into a shape that mirrored the staircase, the endless descent, the endless fall. And then it clicked. I had never woken up. Not from the very first dream. I hadn't returned from the nightmare. The moment I had first entered the spiral, I was already gone. I am still falling. My body, my real body, was lost. My mind had spiraled into this place, and there was no waking up, no return. The spiral had consumed me, and I was trapped in the descent, forever spiraling downward. The light flickered one last time, and in that fleeting moment, I realized the truth. The staircase was never the source of the nightmare. It was the destination, the trap, the place where souls like mine were doomed to fall forever. And I was its latest prisoner. I couldn't breathe. I froze in place as the distorted versions of the people I loved reached toward me, their faces an incomprehensible mess of flesh and shadow. Their hands stretched out, twisted and elongated, and I could feel the cold grip of terror creeping up my spine. Raj, the voices were still there, but now they were no longer pleading. They were distorted, hungry. Come closer, Raj. Join us. I couldn't tear my eyes away. This wasn't right. None of this was real. The faces of my loved ones, my mother, Arjun, were wrong. Their eyes too wide, their mouths too thin, their expressions frozen in agony. But they weren't the worst part. The worst part was the fact that I could hear them in my head, not with my ears, but in a way that made my skull feel like it was cracking open. The voices became a chorus, growing louder, more insistent. You can't leave. You belong here, Raj. You're one of us now. I tried to move, but my body was paralyzed, as if something was keeping me rooted to the spot. The weight of the air pressed down on me, suffocating, until I felt as if I were being crushed by the very force of the spiral itself. I forced my legs to move, dragging them through the oppressive air, but they wouldn't obey. My feet felt heavy, as though they were sinking into the floor, into the very stone of the staircase. Raj, help us! Come back! Help us! I could still hear the echoes of those voices, but something was different. The clarity was fading, replaced by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. There was no more warmth in their words, no more urgency, just a hollow call to draw me in, like a siren's song pulling me closer to an inevitable end. Suddenly, I felt a cold hand on my arm. It wasn't mine. It wasn't any of theirs. I jerked away, spinning around to face the unseen assailant, but no one was there. The air was thick with the oppressive silence, and all I could hear was the faint, rhythmic beat of my own heart, echoing in my skull. And then a sound broke the silence. It was faint, like the click of a door opening, but it sent a ripple of dread through my entire body. And then, from the corner of my eye, I saw it. The spiral had changed. The staircase was no longer simply twisting. It had become something else entirely, something more monstrous. The walls of the staircase were melting, warping in on themselves, folding like paper. The ground beneath me started to buckle, the stone shifting as if it were alive. The floor became soft, sponge-like, and I could feel the tendrils of the staircase curling around me, tightening, pulling, dragging me deeper into the ever-tightening spiral. No, I have to wake up. I forced my eyes shut, tried to focus, to fight back. I thought of my real body lying safely in my bed, of the normal, ordinary world that awaited me when I awoke. But no matter how hard I concentrated, it felt as though I was being swallowed by the void itself. Then the truth hit me. I had never woken up. I had been asleep the entire time. I was still in the dream. The dream had never ended, and the spiral, it wasn't just a nightmare. It was real. This place wasn't some figment of my imagination. It wasn't a trap of my mind. It was a prison, a hell, designed to pull me deeper, to trap me in an endless descent. The spiral had claimed me, body and soul. And in that moment, I realized the horrible truth. I wasn't just descending the stairs in the dream. I was descending in real life. The marks on my arms were proof of that. They were growing because the spiral wasn't confined to my mind anymore. It was spilling into the real world, slowly consuming me. It had been taking me for weeks, dragging me down one step at a time. The marks weren't just bruises. They were the physical manifestation of the descent. They were the signature of the spiral, claiming its victim. I tried to scream, but my voice was swallowed by the endless void around me. The whispers of my loved ones had stopped. The silence was overwhelming. "You're mine now, Raj." I felt the last vestiges of my own will begin to slip away, lost in the void of the spiral. The staircase was still twisting below me, beckoning me to descend. But now it was no longer a choice. It was a compulsion, a gravity I couldn't escape. And as the blackness closed in, I understood. I had never woken up. I had never been awake. I was caught in a loop, a trap, designed to lure souls like mine into a never-ending fall. The dream was just the beginning. The moment I had first descended those stairs, I had sealed my fate. And now there would be no end. Just the spiral. Forever? The air had gone cold, bone-chilling cold. I felt it in my bones, the creeping realization that this wasn't just some bad dream. The spiral had never been confined to my mind. It wasn't something I could escape by waking up. It had worked its way into my very essence, slowly pulling me deeper and deeper into itself, trapping me in a loop that was endless. This is the end, I thought, but even as the thought crossed my mind, I couldn't stop descending. The walls of the staircase closed in around me, twisting tighter, narrowing until it felt like I was being squeezed through a funnel. I looked down at my hands. The spiral marks on my arms were worse now. Deep, darkened lines running from wrist to elbow like veins of black ink. They pulsed, throbbed, as though they were alive, as though they had their own heart. I need to wake up. I have to wake up. This isn't real. But the more I thought it, the more I felt that I couldn't remember the last time I had actually woken up. I had been dreaming this whole time, hadn't I? Since the first night I'd found the staircase in my nightmare, everything had led to this. The dream had taken me. It had gotten inside me, drawn me in with its whispers, its false promises of escape. And now it was trapped. I looked up. The staircase had changed again. It wasn't just a staircase anymore. It was a void. A yawning blackness stretching out infinitely before me. And at the very edge of that void, just beyond my reach, was the faintest glimmer of light. But it wasn't hope. It wasn't salvation. It was just another illusion, another layer of the trap designed to lure me deeper. I reached out for it, desperate, But the moment my fingers touched the light, it flickered, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. No, it felt as if the very fabric of my existence was unraveling. I wanted to scream, but there was no sound, just the deafening silence pressing down on me, heavy and suffocating. Suddenly, the staircase gave one final twist. I fell through the darkness, weightless, as though the very air had given up holding me. For a fleeting moment, I thought I could feel something. My body, my real body, lying somewhere, maybe back in my dorm room, in my bed. But then the thought evaporated. There was nothing. No ground beneath me, no familiar surroundings. Just an endless spiral, stretching out, an eternity that folded in on itself. And then, the worst part. I understood. The spiral wasn't just pulling me down, it was erasing me. Piece by piece, I was fading. I was dissolving into the very darkness that surrounded me. My body, my real body, wasn't in the room. It was gone, lying empty, trapped in the very place it had all begun, spiraling into nothingness. I was never awake. I was never going to wake up. The darkness closed in on me, and I felt it, the last fragment of myself being pulled into the spiral. And then, silence. I was gone. The spiral continued, forever. I never thought I'd be investigating missing persons. I'd always been the type to write about the mundane, politics, entertainment, the occasional human interest piece. But when the stories about people vanishing without a trace started to pile up, I couldn't ignore it anymore. Something was off. The more I dug into these disappearances, the more it felt like they weren't accidents or crimes. They were something other. I remember the day I stumbled upon it, the support group. It was a quiet Tuesday afternoon, and I was sitting in a dimly lit cafe, scanning through articles about the latest case. That's when I overheard them, sitting at a table nearby. They were talking about astral projection. At first, I thought they were just another group of New Age believers spouting nonsense about connecting with the universe or whatever. But the more I listened, the more intrigued I became. Their conversation was different, intense, desperate. They spoke of loved ones who had vanished after attempting astral travel. The missing people hadn't just disappeared. Their bodies were still there, in perfect condition, but their souls were gone. I couldn't help myself. I walked over, introducing myself as a journalist. They eyed me with suspicion, but I managed to convince them I wasn't there to make fun of their experiences. They told me their stories of loved ones who had ventured beyond the confines of their bodies and never returned. The strange part? Their bodies remained eerily preserved. It was as if they were in some kind of suspended animation, waiting for the souls to return. I wasn't sure whether I believed them at first, but the more I listened, the more I realized something about these people felt real. Their grief, their fear, it was raw, real, and it gnawed at me. I had to know more. Over the next few weeks, I spent hours talking to members of the group. They gave me books on astral projection, techniques to separate your soul from your body. At first, I was skeptical, but the idea of seeing what happened to the missing people, of maybe finding them in the astral plane, consumed me. One evening, I finally decided to try it. The first time, nothing happened. The second time, I could feel something shift, an almost imperceptible tug at the back of my mind. It felt like my soul was stretching, pulling away from my body. I willed it to happen, and then, suddenly, I was outside myself. It was beautiful. I found myself floating in a vast, infinite void, a labyrinth of doors stretched out in every direction. Each door had a nameplate, each one a name I recognized from the missing persons cases I'd been investigating. My heart raced as I floated towards the nearest one. The name on the door read Mia Harper. I opened the door. Inside, I saw nothing but a blinding white light, and then I heard it. A scream. A desperate, soul-shattering scream that made my chest tighten with fear. It was coming from beyond the light. I slammed the door shut, my hands trembling. I floated to the next door. Elliot Winters, another name I recognized. Another scream, another light, and another soul, trapped and begging for release. I moved faster now, each door more urgent than the last. Names, faces, all familiar, each door open to the same nightmare. A glimpse of trapped souls, screaming for help, their hands reaching through the light, begging to be freed. It was like the entire void was filled with lost, broken souls. And then I found it, the door at the very center of the labyrinth. My door. I froze. The nameplate was mine. Jade Matthews. I had expected it to be some kind of sign, some way to connect with the missing people. But this was something different. The feeling in my chest was cold, like an invisible hand had wrapped itself around my heart. There was something wrong about that door. I hovered in front of it, my mind racing. I had seen enough. I knew what I had to do. I had to leave this place, get back to my body, and figure out how to stop this madness before I got pulled too far in. But I couldn't. Not yet. The door creaked, the wood groaning as if beckoning me to open it. I had no intention of doing so, but the pressure was building in my chest, an overwhelming compulsion to turn the handle. I knew I couldn't open it. I couldn't risk it. But the longer I stayed, the heavier the air around me grew. A voice whispered through the void, soft and insistent. You have to open it. You have to find the truth. I tried to fight it, but the pull was stronger now. The door seemed to hum with energy, vibrating in a way I couldn't explain. I took a step back, then another, retreating from it. I couldn't open that door. I had to get out. I turned and raced through the labyrinth, the sound of my heartbeat thundering in my ears. The doors blurred by me as I ran, the screams echoing in every direction. I knew I had to find my way back to my body before it was too late. But when I finally opened my eyes, I wasn't in the void anymore. I was in a hospital room. The sterile smell of antiseptic burned my nose. My body felt heavy, as though I was weighted down by chains. I tried to move, but my limbs didn't respond. I couldn't speak, couldn't blink. My entire body was numb. Panic surged within me. Why can't I move? I tried to scream, but there was no sound. My eyes flickered to the door. It was creaking open. No, no. Oh, please, God, no. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I was locked in. The door was opening inch by inch, and there was nowhere to run. The cold, empty void from before was creeping back in, surrounding me, filling the room. And that voice, He was still there. You should have opened it, Jade. I stared at my door, heart hammering in my chest, but my hands remained frozen at my sides. The voices of the trapped souls still echoed through the labyrinth, their cries seeping into my mind like poison. The temptation to open the door, to know what lay beyond, was almost unbearable. It felt like the universe itself was pushing me to do it. But I knew better. I had seen what happened to those people, the ones who ventured too far into the astral plane and didn't return. I had no intention of joining them. I tried to turn away, to force myself to float back toward the path that would take me back to my body. But my feet, if I even had feet in this form, felt like they were rooted to the ground. The air around me thickened, suffocating me. The labyrinth had grown darker, the lights flickering as if the entire place was dying. The only illumination came from the doors and the souls that haunted them. My door seemed to pulse, as if it was alive, waiting for me. Then a voice. It was faint, barely a whisper, but it cut through the heavy silence like a knife. "Open it." The voice was mine. At least, it sounded like me. But it wasn't. There was something wrong with it. It was deeper, more insistent. The words reverberated in my mind like a sinister echo. I stepped back, shaken. I didn't want to open it. I couldn't. But there was something in the voice, something that compelled me. The longer I stood there, the more I felt an overwhelming pull toward the door. I could almost hear my own thoughts, my desires, twisted into that voice, urging me to make the wrong choice. I closed my eyes, focusing all my will on returning to my body. I didn't want to stay here any longer. I didn't belong here. I needed to escape. But when I opened my eyes again, I was no longer in the void. I was back in my apartment. My heart skipped a beat. My breath caught in my throat. The room looked normal, too normal. The familiar sounds of the city outside, the hum of the refrigerator, the soft ticking of the clock on the wall, all the details that once comforted me now felt like a facade. There was something off about the room. I couldn't place it. I looked around, panic creeping in. My mind screamed that something was wrong. I had to be dreaming. This couldn't be real. But my surroundings were too real. The way the sunlight filtered through the curtains, the way the shadows shifted across the floor, it was all so vivid. I turned toward the hallway. Something felt out of place. The silence was too heavy. There was a door at the far end of the hall, one that I didn't recognize. It wasn't there before. I moved toward it, my feet cold against the floor. My hand reached out for the doorknob. The air around me grew thick, oppressive. As soon as I touched the knob, I felt a jolt of static energy pass through me. My body jerked back, my heart racing, my chest tightening in panic. I stepped away from the door, breathing heavily. My mind screamed at me to leave, to get out of this place. But the door, that door, called to me, just like the one in the void. It beckoned with an irresistible force. I shook my head, backing away. No, I was done with this. I couldn't let it drag me in any deeper. I turned and ran for the exit, the door, my sanctuary. But when I reached the front door, I stopped dead in my tracks. The hallway, it wasn't the hallway I had just walked through. The door at the far end of the hall was gone. The walls, the light, everything had shifted, warped. It was all wrong. It was as if the room was bending around me, rearranging itself into a place I couldn't recognize, a place I didn't belong. I couldn't breathe. The walls closed in on me, and the floor beneath my feet felt like it was tilting. I reached for my phone, desperate to call someone, anyone. My fingers fumbled over the screen, but before I could dial, the room shifted again. The air was thick with a buzzing, like electricity crackling in the air. Suddenly, everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my apartment anymore. I was lying in a hospital bed. My body felt heavy, unresponsive. I tried to move, to sit up, but I couldn't. I was trapped inside my own skin, a prisoner in my own body. Panic flooded me as I tried to scream, but no sound came. My mouth was dry, my throat constricted. My hands clenched into fists, but they wouldn't move. And then I saw it. The door. It was there, standing in the corner of the room, just beyond the bed. I hadn't noticed it before, but now it was impossible to ignore. The door was slightly ajar, creaking open with a slow, deliberate motion. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. I was frozen, helpless. I felt my heart race in my chest as I watched, paralyzed with dread, the door inching open. And then, from the darkness behind it, a figure stepped into view. It was me, but it wasn't. The figure was distorted, twisted, my own face, but with eyes that were hollow, black pits of emptiness. My body was wrong, stretched and malformed, like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. It stepped forward, its footsteps slow and deliberate. It was coming toward me. I could feel it now, that pull, the same pull I had felt in the void. It was calling to me, dragging me toward the door, pulling me into the darkness beyond. I tried to scream again, but no sound came. I was trapped in my own body, watching as the thing that was me reached for the door. The door was opening wider. I couldn't escape. The thing smiled. And I realized then that it wasn't just the door that had been calling me. It was me. And now there was no turning back. I was trapped. The walls of my apartment twisted, closing in on me, a suffocating, crushing weight that left no room to escape. My breath was ragged, my pulse pounding in my ears as I stared in disbelief at the warped room around me. The door at the end of the hall had vanished, but it wasn't just that. The entire layout had changed. The windows were gone. The furniture had shifted, disorienting me even more. Nothing was where it should be. I staggered backward, my head spinning. Was this still the real world? Was I awake? No, it couldn't be. The door was gone, but that voice, the same one from the astral plane, had returned, echoing through my mind. You opened it, Jade. I spun around, looking for the source of the voice, but no one was there. There was only the silence of the distorted apartment. Then, the floor beneath me began to hum, a deep, vibrating sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I looked down, terrified to see the cracks beginning to form in the hardwood floor. They spread like spider webs, and through the gaps I saw blackness. A void, the same as the one in the astral plane. I backed away, but there was nowhere to go. The walls were closing in, the void expanding with every breath I took. I felt it then, the unmistakable pull, like something was yanking at my very soul, tugging me toward the darkness. I fell to my knees, my hands clutching at the floor, my body trembling with fear. The voice, my voice, whispered again, insistent and cold. You can't leave now, Jade. You've opened the door. You've already crossed over. Suddenly, A sharp pain erupted in my chest, as if invisible claws were sinking into my ribs, dragging me down. I gasped for air, but there was none. The room was becoming a suffocating pressure chamber, the walls and floor tightening around me. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. And then I heard it. The door, it was opening. I could hear the creak of the wood groaning, the slow, deliberate movement as it swung wide. I forced my eyes open, despite the overwhelming dread that threatened to consume me. The door, it was my door. The one in the void, the one I had refused to open. And now it was opening in front of me. I wanted to stop it, to flee, to do anything other than face what was coming through that door, but my body wouldn't move. My mind was locked in place, paralyzed by the terror that flooded me. A figure appeared in the doorway, emerging slowly from the blackness beyond. At first, it was a blur, like smoke, but then it began to solidify. It was me. Or at least, it looked like me. But it wasn't. The figure in the doorway was pale, gaunt, its eyes hollow and dark, its lips curled into a grotesque, knowing smile. It wore my face, but its expression was twisted in a way that felt wrong, alien, malevolent. I could feel it. It was me, but it wasn't. It was a version of me, pulled from that void, from that place I had dared to enter. It was the part of me that had opened the door, the part of me that had chosen to stay. "Jade," it whispered, "you're mine now." The words slithered into my mind, seeping into my thoughts, filling every corner of my consciousness. I felt my will start to break, like a dam cracking under pressure. I was no longer in control. I could feel my soul, my very essence, being pulled toward that darkness, toward the creature in the doorway. But then I snapped. Something inside me, some last thread of resistance, fought back. I didn't know how, but I pushed against it, forcing myself to break free from the overwhelming pull. My hand shot out, reaching for the door frame, grabbing hold of the only thing that felt real, the wood beneath my fingers. With all the strength I could muster, I pulled myself away from the figure, away from the door, away from the darkness. I stumbled back, my mind a whirlwind of panic and confusion, but I fought to stay anchored to this world, to my body. And then everything went black. When I woke up, I was in a hospital room. The sterile smell of antiseptic filled my nostrils. The soft beep of a heart monitor rhythmically pulsed in the background. My body was heavy, unresponsive, as if I had been sedated. I tried to move, but my limbs felt like they were made of stone. A thick fog clouded my thoughts, making it impossible to focus. I tried to speak, but my voice wouldn't work. My throat was dry, as though I hadn't spoken in days. Nothing was wrong. I tried to look around, to make sense of where I was, but my vision was blurry. All I could see was the faint outline of a window, the soft glow of artificial lights casting long shadows against the walls. My body refused to obey my commands, locked in this strange, unresponsive state. That's when I heard it. The creak. It was faint at first, like the sound of old wood straining under pressure, but then it grew louder, the unmistakable sound of a door opening. I could feel my heart skip a beat as my eyes darted toward the source of the sound. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, I turned my head. The door to the room, the door that had been closed when I first awoke, was creaking open. And beyond it, standing just outside, was the pale, twisted version of myself. Its eyes met mine. It smiled. "I told you, Jade. You can never leave." The door was open, and this time I knew I wasn't going back. I was stuck. Forever. I pulled with everything I had, my body shaking with the effort. The grip of the dark presence around me loosened, just enough to give me a fleeting moment of clarity. My fingers burned as they clutched the doorframe, but I refused to let go. I couldn't. Not now. Not when that thing was so close to taking me. With a final desperate push, I wrenched myself away. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I forced my eyes shut, and I focused on the faintest sensation, the feeling of reality, the warmth of my skin, the pounding of my heart, the fluttering breath in my lungs. Everything around me screamed that I was slipping, falling back into that void. But I fought it. I fought it with everything I had left. I took one step back, then another. The door was still there, standing wide open in front of me, but I refused to step through. I couldn't. I had to get away. I had to return. But something shifted then, something changed. The ground beneath me quivered. The walls of the room cracked again. The pressure from the other side was too much to bear. The air became thick, suffocating, as if the very space itself was folding in on itself. And then I felt it, an unbearable cold pressure on my chest. It wasn't just physical, it was my soul being pulled back. It dragged into the void I had so recklessly opened. "You've come too far." The voice again, my voice. It was all around me now, in my ears, inside my head, inside my heart. It was as if the void had become one with me, and I could hear it, feel it, everywhere. I gasped for breath, struggling, but the pressure only increased. I could feel my consciousness slipping away, like I was being pulled from my body. I could hear myself, my real self, fighting, struggling, but I was fading. I was drowning. And then, like a cruel twist of fate, I heard it. Another voice, soft, faint, a whisper in the depths of my mind. "Jade?" I froze. It was my mother's voice. "Don't go, Jade. Come back." I had heard that voice countless times before, when I was a child. When I was lost in a storm or scared at night, she had always been my anchor, my tether to the real world. The last thing I needed was her voice calling me back. I needed to leave this place, this nightmare. But somehow, hearing her voice, that voice, made me realize something. There was still a choice. There was still a chance to fight, to return. I fought the pull. I fought with everything inside me, with every shred of willpower I could summon. It felt like the world was breaking apart, my body teetering between two realities. But I held on. With one final scream, I pushed back, hard. I felt my body surge, my soul snapping back into itself like a rubber band stretched too thin. There was a burst of light, brilliant, searing, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I felt air in my lungs. I woke up. I was in a hospital bed, the sterile white walls, the soft beep of machines monitoring my vitals. I felt the cold, metallic taste of the hospital air as I slowly blinked my eyes open. I tried to move, to sit up, but my body wouldn't respond. Panic shot through me. My limbs felt numb, unresponsive. I was paralyzed. My chest constricted as I struggled to breathe, my throat tight with terror. And then I heard it. The creak of a door. I turned my head. Though it was a struggle, my eyes locked on the door across the room. It was a simple wooden door with nothing remarkable about it except for the fact that it was slowly, inch by inch, creaking open. My heart stopped. There, standing in the doorway, was a shadow, a figure. It was me, but it wasn't. The figure in the doorway was the same twisted, pale version of myself that had come through the door in the void. That same gaunt face, those same hollow, empty eyes, the same twisted smile that wasn't mine. And as the door opened wider, I saw the truth, the cold, unyielding truth of what I had done. I had opened the door. I had let it in. The door creaked open wider, and that thing, the thing that had once been me, took one step forward, then another. It was coming closer, its smile widening with each step. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I was trapped in my own body, paralyzed, as the door creaked open wider, its hinges protesting, its cold breath flooding the room. I was back, and so was it. And this time I wasn't sure if I could escape. I never meant for it to go this far. It was supposed to be a way to find some peace, some way to escape from everything that felt heavy. School, my parents' constant expectations, and most of all, the relentless bullying. I never asked for it. I never wanted to be the quiet, weird girl who stood out for all the wrong reasons. But there I was, alone in the cafeteria, alone in the hallways, alone in every class. I tried to ignore them, to keep my head down, but there was always that one moment, that one cruel joke, the whispered insult, the snicker behind my back. They were always there. A group of popular kids who found joy in making me the punchline. Emma, Jessica, and Kyle were the worst. Always laughing, always pushing. They didn't even care that I could hear every word, every sneer. I got to the point where I started to shut down. I was quiet at school. I hid behind my books, my music, anything to drown out the constant noise of their laughter. But it didn't stop. It never stopped. Then, one evening, as I sat in my room scrolling aimlessly on my phone, I stumbled across something. Meditation. At first, I thought it was just some new age nonsense, another thing people pretended helped them find peace. But then I saw something about astral projection, about leaving your body behind, separating your soul from your physical self. It intrigued me more than anything else I had read lately. A chance to escape, a way to feel like I wasn't trapped in my own life, like I wasn't suffocated by the constant taunting. I started small. I listened to guided meditations before bed, focusing on breathing, imagining my body becoming lighter and lighter until I finally fell asleep. But one night, something clicked. I felt different. Like my body was still in my bed, but my mind was somewhere else, floating. At first, I panicked, thinking I was just dreaming. But when I opened my eyes, if you could even call it that, there was no bed, no walls, no ceiling. Now it's free. From then on, I practiced. Every night, I would slip into that strange state, learning how to separate my spirit from my body. I felt like I was becoming stronger, more aware of things. I could travel anywhere. uh, through the walls, through my house, into places I couldn't reach before. And that's when I discovered something. I wasn't the only one using the astral plane. One night, as I drifted through the school hallways, trying to feel my way through the emptiness, I found them. Emma, Jessica, and Kyle. They were laughing, standing in the corner of the school, but their bodies weren't there. No, they were like me, their astral forms hovering together, glowing faintly in the darkness. They were vulnerable, disconnected from their physical bodies. At first, I didn't know what to make of it. I watched them, just observing as they seemed unaware of my presence. But then I realized something. They were talking about me. All of them. "I don't know why she's so weird," Emma said, her voice dripping with disdain. "She's always in her own world. I can't stand her." "I heard she's got no friends, and she's always in the back of the class staring at her shoes," Kyle added, his laugh sharp and cruel. Jessica joined in. "I bet she'd cry if we just told her she was ugly. I mean, look at her. She's such a freak." It wasn't new hearing these things, but in that moment, with their words hanging in the air, something inside me snapped. They didn't know I was there. They didn't know I could hear everything they were saying. Everything. And that's when the idea came to me. I could do something. I could make them feel what I felt. I could finally take control of this power I'd found. The next day at school, I wasn't the same girl anymore. I walked through the halls with a new sense of purpose, my head held high, as though I'd discovered something that no one else had. I wasn't just a passive observer anymore. I had become something else, someone else. When I went to sleep that night, I went back into the astral plane, searching for their vulnerable forms again. It was easy to find them. They always stuck together. And once I found them, I watched them, just as they had done to me. I knew what I had to do. I started small. The next day, I subtly started to interfere with their lives. A well-timed word, a suggestion, a tiny little push in the astral plane, Emma's phone accidentally falling into the toilet, Kyle's gym bag suddenly going missing right before practice, Jessica tripping in front of the entire school during lunch. At first, I felt exhilarated. They had always controlled me, but now I was controlling them. The power surged through me like an electric current, and I couldn't stop. Every prank, every subtle move felt like justice. No, revenge. They deserved it. But the more I did it, the more hollow it felt. I could feel the weight of my actions pressing down on me. Every time I used my new power, every time I manipulated their lives from the astral plane, I felt like I was losing a piece of myself. It wasn't just about making them suffer. It was about becoming something darker, something that had no boundaries. I started to feel empty, like I was feeding off their misery instead of finding my own peace. And then, one night, I saw them again. This time they were aware of me. They knew I was watching. "What are you doing this?" Emma's voice echoed in the astral plane, though she wasn't looking at me. "You think you're in control? You think hurting us will make you feel better?" I wanted to scream, to tell them everything I had been feeling, how they had destroyed me. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, I stood there in silence, watching as they turned away, vanishing into the dark corners of the astral plane. I didn't know if I had won or lost, but one thing was certain. I was no longer the same person who had started this journey. The astral plane, the meditation, had given me power, but at what cost? The moment I left my body that night, everything felt different. It was as if the astral world was mine now, my playground to do with as I wished. The dark hallways of my school stretched out in front of me like a maze, each turn hiding secrets and possibilities. I was no longer the timid girl who had to cower in the corners of classrooms or hallways. No, I had the power to go anywhere, see anything, control things. And as much as I hated to admit it, I wanted revenge. The next time I visited their astral forms, it was no longer out of curiosity. I was no longer just watching. I was observing, waiting for the right moment. I knew where they hung out during lunch, where they went to gossip, where they made fun of people. So I followed them. That day, they were gathered in their usual spot, a corner near the gym where they thought no one could see them. They were laughing again, oblivious to the fact that I was now walking through the same space as them. I wasn't afraid anymore. I wasn't the girl who sat quietly in the back of class. No, I was the one who held all the answers now. Did you see how she looked today? Oh, like she just crawled out of a hole. Emma snickered. What is it with her? I swear she just wants attention. Yeah, Kyle chimed in. No one cares, but she still acts like she's all deep or something. Pathetic. Jessica's voice was sharp as always. Maybe we should give her a reason to cry. Just tell her how much of a loser she really is. Make her see how much she doesn't belong here. I stood there, just outside their range of vision, and I felt a rush of power, an intoxicating surge of satisfaction. But deep down, a part of me, the part that I'd buried for so long, felt sick. This was me, now, the one who was going to make them pay. I moved closer, gliding silently into their space, and reached out with my mind. It was easy at first, slipping in and out of their thoughts, gently nudging their deepest fears, their insecurities. Emma had always been obsessed with her appearance, constantly seeking validation from her friends. I latched onto that, magnifying her self-doubt, pushing her to see herself as ugly, unwanted. I could feel her anxiety creeping in, making her nervous. Kyle was more about control, always trying to be the alpha. I targeted that, feeding him visions of failure, of being completely ignored, of losing his popularity. I let him feel the isolation, the panic of being forgotten, and I watched as his confidence wavered, just for a moment. Jessica was the hardest. She'd always been the cruelest, the one who held the group together with her sharp tongue. But underneath, she was terrified of being weak, of being exposed for not being as tough as she pretended to be. I whispered into her mind, images of being powerless, of crying in front of the entire school, of not being able to stop the hurt. I watched them, Emma, Kyle, Jessica, as they began to squirm, as if they could feel the weight of something unfamiliar pressing on them. They glanced at each other, confusion crossing their faces. They couldn't see me, not in the physical world, but in the astral plane I was there, in their minds, feeding their fears, showing them the truth I knew they would never admit. The next day at school, the effects of my interference started to show. Emma walked into the cafeteria with a self-conscious glance in the mirror, brushing her hair over her face in a nervous tick. Kyle kept looking around as if waiting for someone to notice him, his usual swagger gone. Jessica was sharp with everyone, but there was an edge to her attitude now, a flicker of vulnerability in her eyes that hadn't been there before. And yet, as much as I wanted to feel victorious, to see them squirm, there was a gnawing feeling in my chest. Every time I saw them fall apart, I felt something inside me twist, a feeling that I had crossed a line. I had become the thing I had always hated. I was no better than them now, using the same cruelty, the same manipulation, but I was doing it from the shadows, from a place they couldn't reach. It was only when I saw them walking down the hallway, looking at each other with unease, that I began to question everything. I had ruined them, yes. I had made them suffer, but at what cost? The thing about astral projection is that it's addictive. The more I used it, the more I began to feel detached from my body, from the real world. I was slipping further away from who I was. The girl who had just wanted peace, who had been bullied into silence, was becoming someone unrecognizable. I didn't just want revenge, I needed it, and that need was starting to consume me. But there was something else, a whisper in the back of my mind, faint but growing stronger. It was telling me to stop, to let go, that I was becoming something worse than the bullies ever were. I couldn't turn back now. The more I saw them suffer, the more I wanted to push them, to watch them break completely. The power was mine, and I couldn't stop, couldn't let go. Not yet. And that terrified me. The feeling started small, just a whisper in the back of my mind. At first, I thought it was guilt, just a passing moment of self-doubt. But it didn't go away. It grew louder, more insistent, until it drowned out the satisfaction of seeing my bullies squirm. I could see them now, every day, unraveling little by little, but the more I pushed, the more I realized I was hurting them. And in doing so, I was hurting myself too. It wasn't just the whispers of doubt, it was the way their fear and pain echoed in me. Every time I fed on their insecurities, a part of me seemed to wither, like I was feeding off something poisonous. I thought I was gaining control, but I was losing pieces of myself. That night I went deeper into the astral plane, hoping to find some relief, to escape the chaos I had started. I was drawn to a place that was darker, more isolated. A place that felt like a mirror to my own soul. There I found it, the part of me I had ignored, buried under layers of anger, fear, and isolation. It was a shadow, silent and still, watching me from the corners of my mind. The shadow was me, a reflection of everything I had been running from. The quiet, shy girl who had once been bullied so much she could barely speak up. The girl who had let the world pass her by because she didn't believe she deserved better. But in trying to control others, in trying to ruin them, I had become that shadow. I had turned into the thing I once feared most, someone who would use others' pain to feel better about themselves. I felt sick. As much as I wanted to escape, to keep moving forward with my plan, I couldn't. I could feel the weight of my actions pressing on me, on my heart, on my conscience. Every time I made them hurt, it felt like a piece of me was being erased, like I was becoming more like the people who had tormented me. I didn't want to be that girl anymore. I didn't want to be the one who manipulated and hurt others just to feel in control. But by that point, I had gone too far. The next day at school, I couldn't look them in the eye. Emma, Jessica, and Kyle, they were still struggling, but it was more than just their insecurities now. They were unraveling in ways I hadn't anticipated, lashing out, tearing each other apart. It was like they were falling apart at the seams. and somehow I knew I was the one who had set it in motion. I watched them from a distance, feeling that cold, hollow emptiness grow inside me. Emma and Jessica were no longer laughing together. Kyle wasn't standing tall with his usual smug grin. They were broken in their own way, and the guilt gnawed at me. I had taken their flaws, their fears, and made them real. But in doing so, I had broken something in myself, too. At lunch, I found a quiet corner in the cafeteria, staring down at my tray of food without really seeing it. My hands trembled as I thought about what I'd done. I had become a reflection of the very people who had tormented me, and now I couldn't stand the girl staring back at me in the mirror. I had used my power to ruin others, but the cost had been too high. I couldn't live with it anymore. That evening, I made a choice. I went back into the astral plane, but this time I didn't seek revenge. I didn't look for my bullies or try to control them. Instead, I faced the shadow, the part of me I had been avoiding. "I'm sorry," I whispered, the words barely audible. "I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't mean to hurt anyone, including myself." And for the first time in weeks, the shadow didn't feel like an enemy. It didn't push back or retreat into the darkness. It just listened. When I finally returned to my body, I didn't feel the same rush of power I had before. I felt empty, but in a different way. Not the emptiness of someone who has nothing left to give, but the kind of emptiness that comes from letting go of all the anger and bitterness I had been carrying. The next day, I did something I never thought I could do. I stood up to Emma, Jessica, and Kyle. Not with anger or fear, but with something I hadn't shown them before: compassion. I didn't use the knowledge I had gained about their fears against them. Instead, I looked at them as people, flawed, insecure, and yes, still bullies, but people who had their own struggles. And I saw that maybe, just maybe, they were hurting too. And in that moment, I realized something important. I didn't need to ruin them to heal myself. I didn't need to control them to prove my worth. Because in the end, the person I needed to be kindest to was myself. I'm not sure what happened to Emma, Jessica, or Kyle after that, but I stopped trying to manipulate them. The astral plane, the meditation, it wasn't an escape anymore. It became a tool for understanding. Understanding myself, my weaknesses, my pain, and learning to let go of the need for control. I don't know if I'll ever fully escape the shadow of my past, but I know one thing: I won't be the one who brings others down to lift myself up anymore. I've learned that there's power in healing, not hurting, and that's something I can carry with me, even when the world feels like it's too much to bear. Because sometimes the greatest power is not in controlling what you can see, but in confronting what you cannot. The next day, everything felt off. The school hallways, the buzzing of voices, the clatter of lockers, it all seemed distant, as if I were watching it all through a fog, unable to connect. But there was a stillness within me, a quiet that hadn't been there before. The weight of guilt was still there, but it was manageable now. Like a stone I could carry, but no longer suffocating beneath its mass. I couldn't undo what I'd done. The damage was real. Emma, Jessica, and Kyle were different now. They'd changed, just as I had. Emma was no longer the confident girl she used to be. Her laughter was forced, and her eyes were always searching for validation. Kyle's swagger had been replaced by insecurity, and he no longer seemed to have control over anything. Jessica? Jessica was quieter now, as if she was afraid of her own reflection. They didn't know it was me. They didn't know how much of their suffering had been at my hands, but a part of me wanted to apologize to them, to tell them what I had done. But another part, an even deeper part, knew that I couldn't. That would make it worse. It would drag me back into the same cycle of pain I had been in for so long. And besides, they would never understand. They would never understand why I did it or how deep the hurt went. But something else had shifted too. The astral plane didn't feel the same. The shadow, the part of me that had haunted my every step, was no longer lurking in the corners of my mind. It wasn't gone, but it wasn't a threat anymore. It had softened. Perhaps it had always been a part of me, waiting to be acknowledged. Perhaps it was only by confronting it that I could truly begin to heal. I stopped using the astral plane as a tool for revenge. The meditations grew simpler, focused on inner peace, self-forgiveness, and reflection. No longer did I search for ways to spy on my bullies or manipulate them. I realized that the real battle wasn't in controlling others, it was in controlling myself. In time, the bullying stopped, not because I had destroyed them, but because they had grown tired of their own games. I wasn't the same quiet girl they had once tormented. I was someone different, someone who had learned the hard way that power over others was an illusion. It had only made me more broken, more lost. There were moments when I still felt the pull of the astral plane, the temptation to use it to escape or seek out some new form of control. But each time I reminded myself, it's not the answer. In the end, I realized the most powerful thing I could do was not to use my powers to hurt, but to heal myself first. The others, I couldn't change them, but I could change me, and that was enough. The shadow, once a reflection of my pain, was no longer my enemy. It was part of me, and through understanding it, I found the strength to move forward. Maybe I'll never be free of my past. Maybe it'll always haunt me in some way. But for now, I have peace, and that, at least, is something I can finally hold on to. The lesson, the one I carry with me every day, is simple. No one else can fix what's broken inside. Only you can do that.